Welcome to Boring Cinema. Tonight we gently revisit the story of Gladiator. Settle in, relax, and let the film unfold slowly. The year is 180 AD. The opening image of the film is a hand moving through a field of wheat. His name is Maximus Decimus Meridius. He does not need to perform authority. The forest where the army waits is cold. There are thousands of them. Maximus walks among them before the battle. He stops to speak with a man who is adjusting his equipment. Then it flies away and he watches it go and returns his attention to the work ahead. He rides to the front lines. His horse is dark and large and moves with him as though they have been moving together for a long time. A Roman emissary has been sent to negotiate. The emissary returns without his horse and without his head. The battle will happen. Maximus rides back through the lines one final time and speaks to the men who will fight. He speaks without theater, without the elevated register of a speech designed to be remembered. What he says is simple and direct. What they do here will echo in eternity. The opening battle of Gladiator is not a quiet thing. Catapults release their burning projectiles into the enemy lines. The sound of impact carries back across the clearing. They close the distance. The two lines meet. The Roman line bends under the impact but does not break. The formation holds. Maximus is in the middle of it. The horse moves around obstacles without being directed to do so. Rome is winning. The Germanic forces break. The forest on the far side of the clearing holds the last sounds of the Germanic retreat. Maximus stands among the aftermath and looks at what has been done, and the look on his face is not triumph. He has been doing this for a very long time. The Roman emperor, Marcus Aurelius, is old. He is tired in the way of someone who has been carrying something very heavy for a very long time. Maximus meets the emperor in his tent. There is a lamp. There is a low table. Marcus Aurelius is not well. He begins, as Marcus Aurelius tends to begin, by asking a question. He asks Maximus whether he thinks about home. Maximus says that he does. He thinks about Spain. He thinks about the farm. He tells Maximus that his son, Commodus, is not fit to rule. The saying of it costs him something. It is not easy to say that your own child cannot be trusted with what you have spent your life building. He asks Maximus whether he is a man who can do this. Maximus is quiet for a moment. The emperor hears this and does not argue with it. He simply says, "Will you serve me one final time?" Maximus says that he will. Commodus arrives at the camp that evening. He arrives in the way of someone who has been kept waiting. Not just this evening, not just for the duration of this visit, but for a very long time, in a way that goes beyond the calendar. Commodus is the emperor's son, and he has lived his entire life in the proximity of power without ever holding it. And the proximity has had a particular effect on him. He wants to be loved. He wants to be admired. He wants the sense of regard that Marcus Aurelius commands simply by being present in a room. And he wants it the way that someone wants something they have never quite been given, with an urgency that has curdled slightly over the years into something that resembles resentment without quite being resentment, that resembles desperation without quite being desperation. That is some third thing that is harder to name but recognizable in the face of someone who has been measuring themselves against an ideal and finding the measuring painful. He comes to his father's tent, and he is dressed for the occasion, and his face is arranged in an expression of filial warmth. And then his father tells him what he has decided. Marcus Aurelius tells Commodus that Rome is to be given to Maximus, to be held in trust. He tells him that the virtues he hoped to find in his son, wisdom, virtue, the sense of restraint that power requires, are not there, and that the absence of them means the empire cannot pass to him, not yet, perhaps not ever. Commodus receives this with a face that is very still. The stillness lasts only a moment. Then he asks his father if he loves him, and the question has a quality that is not quite the question it appears to be. It is not a genuine inquiry. It is not someone asking a question they do not know the answer to. It is the question of someone who is building towards something, who is using the question as preparation. Marcus Aurelius begins to answer, and Commodus embraces him. And in the embrace, in the private tent, in the dark, with no witnesses, he kills him. He holds his father until his father stops struggling. Then he steps back, and he is standing in the tent in the quiet, and his face is its own language, a language that contains everything he feels about what he has just done and what it means and what it will now require of him. He is not entirely steady, but the decision has been made, and the decision is irreversible, and Commodus has always known, at some level, that the decisions he makes are the ones that cannot be taken back. And so he composes himself and calls for help, and the machinery of succession begins. Maximus is summoned the next morning. He is told by a Praetorian guard, one of Commodus's men, not a soldier who serves the general, that the emperor has died peacefully in the night and that Commodus wishes to speak with him. There is something in the quality of the summons that does not fit the circumstances the summons describes. Maximus has been in enough situations where the difference between the stated purpose and the actual purpose matters to notice the texture of a situation where they differ. He goes, but he is careful. The meeting with Commodus has the surface of a reconciliation and the structure of something else. Commodus presents himself as having made a decision about the future of Rome, a decision about partnership, about bringing Maximus into the new order of things, about working together. He extends his hand. Maximus does not take it. He says he will return to his home in Spain. The silence that follows this refusal has a specific quality. Commodus's face does not change dramatically. He is too practiced for dramatic change, but something closes in it, some small door that had been left open against the possibility of a different outcome. Then he accepts the refusal with apparent grace and tells Maximus to go, to ride home, to be with his family. Maximus leaves the camp and rides hard through the forest. He rides with the specific urgency of someone who knows that the time they have is not the time they thought they had, that the window they are trying to get through is narrowing behind them even as they move toward it. He pushes the horse through the trees and the cold air, and the light is changing, and he is moving as fast as the terrain will allow. He does not make it in time. The Praetorians have arrived before him. When Maximus reaches the hill above his farm, when the farm comes into view below him, the farm he has been carrying in his mind through all the years of the campaign, the specific image of home that has been the destination toward which everything else was pointed. The farm is burning. He rides down toward it, and they are waiting for him. The ambush has the specific character of something that has been prepared rather than improvised. The Praetorians positioned along the road in the way of soldiers who have been told where someone will come and who have organized themselves around that information. There is no opportunity for surprise. He comes down the hill and they are there, and the fight that follows is not a fight in the sense of having a possible outcome in his favor. There are simply too many of them, and they are not here to produce an outcome in his favor. He fights anyway. Of course he fights. He is a general and a soldier, and fighting is the deep habit of someone who has survived by fighting. And even in circumstances where the fighting cannot succeed, the habit asserts itself. He takes several of them down before they have him. Before the numbers and the organization of the ambush produced the result they were designed to produce, they beat him. The wound comes in the fighting, a blade across the upper arm, deep enough to matter, and then the rest of what they do to him, before they are satisfied that what remains of him is not worth finishing. They leave him in the dirt at the edge of the burning fields, in the shadow of the smoke from his farm, and they ride away. He is not dead. He is not dead, and the not dead is both a fact and a decision simultaneously. The fact of a body that has been damaged but not fatally, and the decision of someone who is finding the distance between damaged and dead insufficient motivation to cross it. He moves. He moves in the way that requires everything he has, in the way of someone operating in the gap between what the body is willing to do and what is being asked of it, demanding movement from muscles and bones that have absorbed too much and that are communicating their objection through the specific language of pain. The ground he is moving across is the ground of his home. That matters to him in the way that details like this matter to people in extremity. The specific earth, the specific light, the specific smell of the smoke from the specific fire that he planted with his own labor before he left for the campaign. He pulls himself along it, and the pulling is slow and the distance is short, in the ordinary measure of distance, and very long in the measure of distances that require this much effort. He needs to see. The needing is not curiosity, and it is not hope. It is the specific demand of someone who must know the full shape of what has happened, who cannot organize themselves around an incomplete picture, who needs to see what is there in order to what exactly is not yet clear, but the needing to see is prior to the question of what comes after. He finds his wife and his son. The film handles this with economy and gravity. It does not linger in a way that feels exploitative. What has happened is clear, and Maximus's response to what has happened is clear, and the scene asks the audience to be present with the fact of it, without elaborating it beyond what the moment requires. Maximus is with his family in the only way he can now be with them, and the quality of his being with them is the quality of someone who has arrived too late and who knows it, and who is spending, in the specific stillness of this moment, whatever is left of the particular version of himself that believed in the future he had been working toward. Then he falls. He loses consciousness at the edge of his ruined farm, in the dirt, in the smoke, and the world goes dark. He wakes in chains. The waking is slow and confused. The way waking is when the body has been very far away and the return is not comfortable. There is pain, the wound in his arm, the bruises of the beating, and there is the specific disorientation of not immediately knowing where you are, and then, as the knowing returns, understanding that where you are is worse than where you were. He is with slave traders. He is being transported, along with other captives, chained together in the way of people who have been reduced by their circumstances from persons to property, across a landscape that is very different from the cold northern forest and the Spanish hills. The landscape is desert. North Africa, it will turn out, specifically the province of Numidia, which is today's Algeria. The light is different here. The heat is different. The quality of the world has changed entirely, and Maximus is inside the change with the specific numbness of someone who has experienced too much in too short a time to have processed any of it yet. Among the slave traders is a man named Proximo. Proximo is a dealer in gladiators. He buys men, or acquires them through various means, and trains them to fight in the arena and profits from their fighting. He is an old man with a complicated history and a complicated relationship to the work he does. A man who has seen enough of the world to have formed opinions about it that are neither simple nor comfortable. He watches the new arrivals with the appraising eye of someone who knows exactly what he is looking for, and who has been looking for it long enough to see it quickly when it is present. He sees something in Maximus. The arrival at Proximo's compound has the quality of arrival in a place that will become, however unwillingly, home. The way that places become home when there is nowhere else to go, when the departure from them is not within your control. And so the question of whether this is home is not really a question you have the standing to answer. The compound is dry and functional, built for its purpose, and its purpose is the production of gladiatorial combat. There are men here who have been doing this for years, who have built the specific expertise of people who survive in an arena by knowing how to fight in one. And there are men who have arrived recently and who do not yet know if they will survive. Juba is one of the men who arrives with Maximus. He is a Numidian warrior who was captured and sold into slavery, and he has the sense of someone who is enduring his circumstances with full awareness of what his circumstances are. Not with resignation exactly, not with acceptance exactly, but with the patience of someone who has not yet given up on something and who is managing the present in service of the possibility of eventually arriving at that something. He talks to Maximus in the way that people who are in difficult circumstances together begin to talk, finding the human currency of conversation, the small exchange of information and observation that begins the process of knowing another person. He asks Maximus where he is from. Maximus tells him the north, Hispania. He asks if he has a family. Maximus is quiet for a moment. Then he says, a son and a wife. He says it in the present tense, and the present tense is not a correction the film rushes to make. It sits with the present tense, with the way that the people we love remain present in us even when they are gone, remain present in our speaking of them and our thinking of them, in the specific way we hold them in us that is different from the way we hold anything else. Juba says that he has a wife and 2 daughters. He says he will see them again. He says it with the specificity of a promise rather than a hope. A promise made to himself quietly in the conditions that make such promises the most necessary and the most difficult to believe. Maximus, looking at the dark sky above them, says that he will see his family again, also in the next life. He has arrived at a position that the film does not ask us to dispute or to pity. The position of someone who has understood what has happened and who has organized his remaining life around what he knows rather than around what he wishes were different. The farm is gone. His wife and son are gone. The future he was working toward is gone. What remains is whatever comes after the going, and what comes after is not yet clear, but it is also not. For Maximus, the most pressing question. The most pressing question, which the film is beginning to assemble around him, without yet stating it, is what a man who has lost everything does with the energy and capacity that loss leaves behind. The training begins. Proximo's compound operates on a schedule that does not vary much from day to day, and the not varying is itself a form of discipline. The imposition of a structure that removes from each day the work of deciding what happens next. That reduces the day's demands to the execution of the schedule rather than its creation. The gladiators rise early. The mornings are for conditioning, the physical maintenance of bodies that are the compound's primary resource. Bodies that need to be kept in the specific state of fitness that the arena requires. The afternoons are for technique, the practice with weapons against wooden posts, and then against each other, the rehearsal of the combinations and counters that the arena has produced through years of observation into a kind of practical curriculum of survival. There are veterans in the compound who have been doing this for years. They carry the curriculum in their bodies rather than their minds. They know what they know the way that craftsmen know their craft. Through the repetition that has made the knowledge automatic, that has moved it from the domain of conscious decision into the domain of reflex. They are the teachers, in the informal sense. The men, the newer arrivals, watch and imitate, and eventually ask questions in the gaps between sessions. Learning the specific vocabulary of the arena, the way you learn the vocabulary of any new environment by extended immersion and by paying attention to what the experienced people do. Maximus trains with a concentration that goes beyond the ordinary, that has a quality of application so total as to function like something else, like the specific kind of focus that fills the space where other things used to be. He is present in the training in a way that some of the other men are not. The way that some people are present in difficult work, and others are simply enduring it, going through the motions, while the larger part of their attention is somewhere else, in some better imagined elsewhere. Maximus is fully here. His attention does not wander. He watches everything and absorbs it. And the absorbing has the quality of someone who is doing the absorbing deliberately, as a strategy, who understands that the compound and its curriculum and its veterans are resources to be used. He is very good. He has always been very good. He is a trained and experienced soldier who spent years in the field developing abilities that transferred directly to the arena. And the transition from general to gladiator does not require him to learn to fight from the beginning, but rather to learn to fight differently, to fight in the contained and theatrical conditions of the arena, rather than the dispersed and tactical conditions of the field. The adjustment is made. He watches the other fighters and understands the arena's grammar quickly, the way a person who is skilled in one language learns the grammar of a related one with more ease than someone starting from nothing. Proximo watches all of this. He has seen many men come through this compound, and he has seen what the training reveals about the men who undergo it. And he has learned to read the particular qualities that distinguish men who will be successful in the arena from men who will not. Success in the arena is not only about fighting skill, it is also about presence. The quality of being watched, of occupying the attention of an enormous crowd, of doing in public what practice has made possible in private. Some men shrink in the arena, others expand. Proximo watches Maximus, and he begins to understand what kind of man he has acquired. The first fights are in the provincial towns. Small venues, modest crowds, the minor circuits that Proximo runs before the larger opportunities become available. Maximus fights and he wins, and the winning has a quality that attracts attention, that accumulates the specific notice of people who watch fighting and who know what they are seeing. He fights with a ferocity that is controlled, a violence that is organized, and in the gaps between the violence, a quality that is harder to name. A quality of someone who is doing the thing in front of him completely, while being also somewhere else, while carrying something internally that the arena does not touch. He gives himself a name. He will not use his real name in the arena. His real name belongs to a life that is over. He tells Proximo that he will fight as a Spaniard, and the anonymity is not modesty. It is the specific refusal of the connections that his real name would carry, the refusal to bring into the arena the world that the arena is not part of. He is a Spaniard. He has no other name. The name is a wall between the arena and what the arena does not get to touch. His victories accumulate. Each fight builds on the last, and the building has the shape of a reputation developing. The slow accumulation of a public identity, of a name, even if the name is not his name, that circulates among people who follow the arena, who discuss the fighters with the specific enthusiasm of those who find in the arena a spectacle worth following, worth arguing about, worth attending. Proximo decides to bring them to Rome. The announcement comes with the specific gravity of a significant decision. Rome's Colosseum is not a provincial venue. The Colosseum is the largest, most important, most attended arena in the empire, and fighting in it, surviving in it, is a different thing from fighting in the regional venues where the company has been working. The crowd is bigger. The politics are more present. The stakes, in every sense, are higher. Maximus takes the information in. He asks Proximo whether he has ever been to the Colosseum. Proximo says that he was once a gladiator himself, that he fought in the Colosseum under Marcus Aurelius, that the emperor gave him his freedom, touched him on the shoulder with a wooden sword, and made him free, and that the moment of his freedom is the reason he understands the Colosseum's importance. He tells Maximus that the crowd can do what no emperor can do. The crowd can grant a man his freedom. Maximus listens. He is doing something with this information, filing it, placing it in the architecture of a plan that is beginning to take shape, a plan that the film has been assembling in the spaces around Maximus's quietness, in the gaps between his words. Rome is where Commodus is. The journey to Rome is long, and the approach to the city has the quality of approach to a place that is very large and very old, and that announces its size and age before it is fully visible, the road becoming more traveled, the landscape more cultivated, the scale of things increasing. And then Rome itself appears, the city on its hills, its monuments and its forums and its noise and its smell, and its hundreds of thousands of people who live inside it and who have arranged their lives around its specific requirements and rhythms. The Colosseum rises above the rest. It is an astonishing building, astonishing in its size and in its purpose, which is the public enactment of violence at a scale that requires an architecture of this magnitude to contain. The film presents it with a reverence that is not entirely ironic. It is beautiful, as things can be beautiful, even when what they are built for is not. Maximus sees it from the road. and his face does not change, but something in him acknowledges it, the way a chess player acknowledges a significant development on the board. Commodus has arrived in Rome before them. His arrival was the subject of an elaborate public spectacle, the new emperor processing through the city with his sister Lucilla and his nephew, the young Lucius, accepting the adulation of the crowd with the sense of someone who has been waiting for this for his entire life and who is now attempting to manage the experience of receiving it without allowing the management to show. He is loved provisionally, in the way that new rulers are loved before their policies have made themselves known, with the enthusiasm of novelty, with the hope of improvement. He is aware of the provisionality of the love. He wants it to become permanent. He does not yet know how to make it permanent, but he has ideas. The Senate is the problem. The Senate represents the old order, the institutions that Marcus Aurelius had considered restoring to power, the mechanisms of governance that predate the emperors and that have survived them, reduced but not eliminated. Commodus cannot simply ignore the Senate, but he cannot allow it to constrain him either. The navigation of this tension will define his tenure. Lucilla mediates. She is positioned between her brother and the Senate, related to both, trusted by neither fully, navigating a space that is dangerous in the way spaces where two forces that are in conflict both believe that you might be useful to them. She is practical and intelligent, and she has the sense of someone who is very good at the work she is doing while also finding the work something less than the full expression of what she is. She loved Maximus once. Not currently, or not in the immediate sense, not as an ongoing condition of her life, but in the past, in the time before her marriage, there was something between her and Maximus that was more than the friendship of a general and an emperor's daughter. The film establishes this through the quality of her stillness when she first encounters him again, through the specific way she holds herself in the moment before and the moment after, before the professional composure reasserts itself and she becomes again the person she is in public, rather than the person she is in the private space of her own response to things. She does not know yet that Maximus is in Rome. The Colosseum's opening games are a gift from Commodus to the people of Rome, a recreation of the Battle of Carthage, a historical spectacle in which gladiators represent the Roman forces and the condemned represent the Carthaginian enemy, and the outcome of the recreation is supposed to be predetermined. The gladiators are supposed to win because Rome won, and the winning is supposed to be enacted with the theatrical craft that gives a predetermined outcome the feeling of genuine contest. Maximus and the company are assigned the losing side. They are told they will be playing the Carthaginians. They are told they will be fighting with inferior weapons and fewer numbers against opponents who are supposed to overwhelm them. The message, delivered with the casual authority of people who arrange these things, is clear. They are expected to lose, to die entertainingly, to serve the narrative that the spectacle requires. Proximo tells them this in the holding area beneath the Colosseum, in the half-dark of the corridors where the gladiators wait before they are released into the light. The holding area smells of animals and sand, and the specific combination of old violence and new anticipation. The other fighters are adjusting their armor, managing their nerves, doing the particular preparatory things that each of them has learned to do before a fight. Maximus listens to Proximo's briefing, and then he turns to the men around him. The fighters he has come to gain to know in the months of travel and provincial combat. Men who have their own histories and their own fears, and their own reasons for still being alive. And he says something simple. He says that if they are going to die, they are going to make their deaths cost something. He organizes them. He assigns positions and responsibilities, calls on the military knowledge that the others do not have, imposes a tactical order on what the production intends to be chaos. He is a general again. The gates open and the light falls in. It comes in all at once. A column of Roman sunlight pouring down into the corridor where they have been waiting, and the corridor's darkness gives way to this enormous brightness, and the transition from dark to light is physical, something you feel in the eyes and on the skin. The sand of the arena catches the light and returns it, the whole floor of the Colosseum bright and pale and enormous. They ride out. The noise of the crowd hits before anything else. It is not a sound that can be compared to anything smaller. It is not like a large crowd at a theater or a gathering in a forum. It is 80,000 human voices responding simultaneously to the appearance of something on the sand below them. And the simultaneity of it, at that scale, produces something that is less like sound than like a change in the air pressure, a physical event. The riders come through the gate, and the noise grows with their entrance, and the growing has the quality of something that is actively finding its maximum, that is still ascending toward its peak. 80,000 people. They fill every tier of the Colosseum from the sand-level seats, where senators and dignified citizens recline in their privileged proximity to the action, up through the middle tiers of the ordinary Roman crowd, to the highest reaches where the poorest citizens stand on open terraces in the sun, packed in so densely that the individual is indistinguishable from the mass, where the crowd in those highest rows looks from the arena floor like a single unbroken ring of human presence encircling the entire oval. From the outside, it is a marvel of engineering, a statement in stone about Roman capability. From the inside, it is something more intimate and more overwhelming simultaneously. The stone arching up and over, the tiers of faces arranged in concentric ovals, the sky a perfect ellipse of blue above the entire construction. You are inside something that was built to contain you, to hold you in its geometry, and the geometry works. There is nowhere to look that does not remind you of where you are and what this place is for. The chariots of the opposing gladiators appear at the other end. The Praetorian guards, in their elaborate armor, on horseback, armed with the weapons of a force that is supposed to overwhelm what they are facing. What follows is not what anyone in the Colosseum expected. Maximus's men do not fall into the expected chaos. They form up. They use the sand and the terrain and the discipline of people who have trained together and who have been told specifically what to do. The cavalry charges and they break it. Not easily, not without cost, but with a coherence that is not supposed to be there, that transforms what should have been a spectacle of defeat into something that moves in the opposite direction. Maximus fights at the center of it. He fights with the specific competence of someone who has spent years in conditions more difficult than this, who has fought in actual battles with actual stakes, and the fighting is fluent and total, and the crowd, the enormous crowd, the 80,000 people in the tiers above, begins to notice that something different is happening on the sand below them. The battle ends. The emperor's men are defeated. What was supposed to be a defeat for Maximus and his company has become a victory, and the crowd is fully present to the victory in the way that crowds are when they have witnessed something they did not expect, when the expected shape of an event has been replaced by a different shape that turns out to be more satisfying than what was planned. Commodus descends from his box. He comes down to the arena floor, a significant gesture, the Emperor coming to the level of the fighters, and he addresses the crowd, and then he addresses the fighters, and then he addresses Maximus specifically. He has not yet recognized him. Maximus's face is obscured by his helmet. Commodus asks him who he is, asks him to remove his helmet, asks him to show his face. Maximus turns. He removes his helmet, and he turns to face Commodus, and the recognition that crosses Commodus's face is extraordinary to watch. Not a dramatic revelation in the external sense, not a gasp or a cry, but an internal recognition that moves through him like a change in temperature, like something that has altered the landscape of what is possible. And Maximus tells him who he is. He says it with the sense of someone who has nothing to lose in the saying of it, who has organized himself around a purpose that the saying serves, who is not performing confrontation, but simply stating fact. He is Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the armies of the North, general of the Felix legions, loyal servant to the true emperor Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife. The crowd is silent. He says that he will have his vengeance, in this life or the next. The silence holds for a moment that has the quality of a very large number of people being very still. And then the crowd erupts. They are on his side. They have seen what he can do, and they have heard what he has said. And the crowd of the Colosseum in this moment belongs to Maximus. Commodus cannot kill him. Not here. Not with 80,000 witnesses who have just made their feelings clear. The crowd is Rome's opinion in its most concentrated and powerful form. And even the emperor cannot simply override it without cost. Commodus gives the thumbs up, the signal for Maximus to live, and the decision costs him something visible, something that tightens in his face in the moment before the crowd responds to the gesture. Maximus is alive, and he is in Rome. The aftermath of the arena appearance reorganizes everything. Maximus has been invisible. A name, a Spaniard, a fighter in the minor circuits. And now he is visible. And the visibility brings with it a set of complications and opportunities that did not exist before. Lucilla has been in the crowd. She has seen his face. She has heard his name. The recognition that crosses her face in that moment is different from Commodus's recognition. It is not the recognition of a threat, but the recognition of a person she thought she had lost. A recognition that carries with it the full weight of what his reappearance means and does not mean, and might possibly mean if the circumstances were different from what they are. She comes to him. She comes to the holding area, to the space beneath the Colosseum where the gladiators are kept. And she comes with the composure of someone who has arranged the visit through channels that are consistent with her position and who is presenting it as something other than what it is. She is there, officially, for reasons of state. She is there, actually, because she needs to speak with him. They speak through the bars of his cell. The conversation is not easy. There is history between them that is not resolved, and there is grief on his side that she has only just learned the shape of. And there is the practical reality of their respective situations. She is the emperor's sister, and he is a gladiator, and neither of these positions is simple. She tells him she is sorry about his family. He receives this with a stillness that is not coldness, but rather the sense of someone who is protecting something very private from the air outside of them. She tells him there are those in Rome who want Commodus dead. He says he intends to kill Commodus. She says that killing Commodus in a direct way, in the arena, in public, will not be enough. The system needs to survive the killing. The Senate needs to be restored. There is a senator, Gracchus, who believes in the institutions of the Republic and who is working toward a different future. And the path to that future runs through coordinated action rather than individual vengeance. Maximus listens. He understands what she is describing. He is a general. He understands that the individual action and the strategic objective are not always the same thing, that what serves the personal goal may not serve the larger one, that the satisfying response to a situation is not always the effective one. He files what she has told him. He does not commit to anything in this meeting except continued survival. The gladiatorial career continues. Maximus fights in the Colosseum again and again, and the fights become events. Events that the people of Rome arrange their days around, that they discuss and analyze and anticipate, that carry the social weight of something that is generating a genuine conversation about a fighter who has broken through the usual anonymity of the arena and become a person to the crowd rather than simply a performance. He acquires the name the crowd gives him, the Spaniard. The name carries affection and admiration in roughly equal parts with the quality of mystery that his anonymity sustains. He acquires something else as well. He acquires allies. Cicero, his former attendant from the army, is in Rome. The connection is made through Lucilla's network, and the connection means that Maximus has a line of communication to the outside world, to the men of his former legions who are stationed outside Rome, who are loyal to him, who might, under the right circumstances, be brought to bear on the problem that Commodus represents. The plan begins to develop detail. Senator Gracchus is an interesting man. He is played with a particular kind of conviction, not the thundering idealism of someone who has never had to compromise, but the weary and practical conviction of someone who believes in something and who has been doing the difficult work of believing in it inside a system that does not always accommodate belief. He talks about the Republic with the language of someone who grew up being told that the Republic was the highest human achievement in governance, and who has spent his career watching the achievement erode, and who has not given up on the possibility of recovering it, even though the recovery grows harder each year. He and Maximus meet. The meeting is arranged through Lucilla, and the meeting has the quality of an alliance forming between people who have different things to offer and who need different things. Gracchus needs the loyalty of the legions that Maximus commands even in his captivity, and Maximus needs the political structure that the Senate represents, the framework within which the removal of Commodus can produce something other than another Commodus. Commodus is aware that something is forming against him. He is not precisely sure what it is, but he has the specific awareness of someone who is surrounded by the possibility of betrayal and who has been developing, through his tenure, a finely calibrated sense for the particular textures of the spaces around him. He watches Lucilla. He watches the Senate. He watches the arena where Maximus fights, and watching the arena costs him something. There is a quality of feeling in him when he watches Maximus, a quality that is not purely political, not purely strategic. It has the character of something personal. He has Commodus's specific combination of needs: the need to be loved, the need to be feared, the need to be the most significant figure in any room he occupies. And Maximus offends all of these needs simply by existing, by fighting well, by being admired, by being in the crowd's affection, a competing center of significance, which is exactly the thing that Commodus cannot tolerate. He goes to Maximus's cell. The visit is conducted at night, and the darkness has a particular quality here. The underground spaces of the Colosseum are never bright even in daylight, and at night they are very close and very dark, and the sounds of the animals in the adjacent cells carry through the stone corridors. Commodus comes with a small guard, and he speaks to Maximus through the cell's gate. The conversation is extraordinary. Commodus is not threatening in this scene, not in the direct way. He is something more complicated than threatening. He is reaching toward Maximus in the way someone who genuinely wants something from this man, and who knows that what he wants cannot be obtained by force, who has come here in the dark, because in the dark things can be said that cannot be said in the light. He talks about his father. He talks about what it was like to be Marcus Aurelius's son, to live inside the shadow of that particular form of greatness, to be measured against it constantly and found wanting. He is, in the dark of this corridor, a human being who has done terrible things and who is also genuinely suffering, genuinely in pain from the wound of his father's disappointment, genuinely lost inside the gap between who he wanted to be and who he became. Maximus is not moved, not in the way Commodus hopes to move him. He listens, and his listening has the quality of someone who is receiving information about what Commodus needs, about what Commodus fears, about the specific vulnerabilities that the darkness is revealing, rather than being engaged by the emotional content of what is being shared. He is filing it. He is noting it. He is thinking about how what he is hearing fits into the shape of what he needs to do. He says nothing, or very little. What he says is enough to send Commodus away without having received what he came for. Commodus's relationship with Lucilla is complicated in ways that the film renders obliquely but clearly enough that the rendering lands. He needs her. He needs her political skill and her connections and her credibility with the Senate. He also needs her in a way that is more possessive than political, needs her present, needs her loyalty to be personal rather than provisional. He is suspicious of her, and he is devoted to her simultaneously. And the combination of suspicion and devotion is one of the less comfortable emotional arrangements that the film asks us to observe. Lucilla navigates it. She navigates it with the precision of someone who is moving through a space where a single wrong step would be very costly, maintaining the performance of loyalty and affection with the consistency that the performance requires, while behind the performance, the actual work of the conspiracy continues. She is in contact with Gracchus. She is in contact with Maximus through the underground networks that Cicero maintains. The plan advances, but plans can be discovered. The specific vulnerability of a plan is not always its strategy. Often it is one of the people involved in it, one of the points at which the plan touches the world of people who are fallible and frightened and sometimes capable of doing the wrong thing under pressure. The conspiracy around Maximus is not composed only of people who are fully committed and fully steady. And Commodus, for all his instability, has resources and informants and the specific attentiveness of someone who knows he is surrounded by potential threats. A moment comes where the conspiracy is exposed. Lucilla's son, Lucius, the young boy who is Lucilla's child from her previous marriage. A child who adores Maximus with the unconditional admiration of someone very young encountering someone who seems to them completely admirable, is used against her. Commodus demonstrates to Lucilla that he knows more than she hoped he knew, and the demonstration uses the child as leverage. And the use of the child as leverage is the clearest indication in the film of how far Commodus has traveled from the person who wept in his father's arms. Lucilla tells him what he wants to know. She gives him enough to allow the conspiracy to be dismantled. Gracchus is arrested. The connection to the legions outside Rome is severed. The pieces of the plan that were in motion are stopped. The price for Lucius's safety is Maximus's plan, and she pays it. Maximus, in the holding area, receives word from Cicero that the evacuation is proceeding, that men are gathering outside Rome to come for him. And he does not yet know that the gathering has been betrayed. He is inside the plan's timeline, moving toward what he believes is the next step. Proximo has made a decision. He is an old man who was given his freedom by an emperor he respected, and he has spent the intervening years building a business that he understands to be morally compromised without having found a way to exit the compromise. He has been watching Maximus with the specific attention of someone who recognizes in another person the quality that they once had themselves, or wanted to have, or believed they had, and who has been changed by the recognition into something slightly different from what they were. He decides to help. He gives Maximus and Juba and another fighter the keys to their cells. He does this knowing what the giving costs him. He does it anyway. Maximus and the others move through the underground corridors of the Colosseum toward the exit, toward the night, toward what they hope is a meeting with Cicero and the soldiers. They are stopped. Praetorian guards, too many, and in the wrong places, which means the plan is known, which means something has gone wrong at a level Maximus cannot immediately diagnose from where he is standing. The confrontation in the corridor is brief and violent, and ends with Juba and the others captured and with Maximus wounded. A significant wound, a blade to the side, and taken, not killed. Commodus wants something more specific than Maximus's death in a corridor. He wants the death to mean something. He wants the Colosseum and the crowd that fills it, and the specific public quality of what happens in that space. He wants 80,000 witnesses for the end of the Spaniard. He challenges Maximus to single combat in the arena. The announcement carries through Rome with the specific velocity of information that large numbers of people have been waiting for. A confrontation between the emperor and the gladiator in the Colosseum before the full crowd. It is theater, as everything Commodus does is theater, but it is theater that he needs to control in a specific way. He needs to win. He needs the crowd to see him win. He needs the story of Commodus and Maximus to end in the way that the story of the emperor and the challenger is supposed to end. He orders Maximus's wound to be worsened before the fight. The physician who attends to Maximus in the holding area is one of Commodus's men, and the attending is not treatment. It is the specific opposite of treatment, a reopening and deepening of the wound that will slow Maximus in the arena, that will give the emperor the advantage that his own fighting skill cannot provide. It is a small and specific cruelty, the kind that happens in private, and that the public spectacle above will not reflect. The morning of the fight comes. Maximus prepares alone. He is in pain. The wound is bad. And he prepares in spite of the pain, with the specific concentration of someone for whom the preparation is the last preparation, who understands that what happens in the arena today is the end of something. He holds the small figures in his hands, the carved wooden figures of a man and a woman and a child, the only material remnant of his family, the objects that travel with him through everything. And he holds them for a moment in the way you hold something before you put it down for the last time. He goes up. The light of the Colosseum in the morning has a different quality than the light of the afternoon. It falls at a different angle, sharper and more direct. And the arena is already full, already producing its specific wall of human sound. Maximus walks into the arena, and the crowd's response is immediate and enormous. The Spaniard, the man they have been watching for months, who has given them the specific gift of something unexpected and genuine. In the arena one last time, Commodus is there. He descends from his box and comes onto the sand in full armor with a sword and the posture of someone who has decided to present themselves in a particular way, as a warrior, as a leader who fights alongside his people, as something more than a politician on a podium. He has arranged everything. He has the wound. He has the moment. He should have everything he needs. They approach each other across the sand. The walk from his end of the arena to the center is not long in the ordinary sense of distances, but it has the quality of a long walk, the quality of a distance that has weight beyond its measurement, that carries something in the crossing of it. The crowd around him is very still in the way that large crowds are when they have been brought to a concentrated attention, when the noise of a moment ago has been replaced by the specific silence of something about to happen that matters to everyone watching. Commodus walks toward him from the other side. He is in full armor, the armor of the emperor, which is not the ordinary armor of soldiers, which is elaborate and ceremonial in ways that signal status rather than function. It is beautiful armor, in the way that things made for display rather than use are often beautiful. It fits him well, and he carries himself in it with the awareness of someone who knows he is being watched, and who is managing his presentation in the way of someone for whom presentation has always been the primary work. His face is composed. He has decided how to look. The Colosseum is very still. They meet at the center of the sand, and there is a moment, a brief, charged, unremarkable-looking moment, where they are simply two figures standing near each other in the middle of an enormous space. And then the fight begins. The wound makes itself known immediately. Maximus can feel the sense of a body operating under a significant constraint. The way that a serious wound does not simply hurt, it reorganizes the options available to you. It closes off certain movements and makes others cost more than they would otherwise cost. He is slower on his left side. He compensates. The compensation is not invisible. It cannot be invisible, but it is managed, integrated into the way he is moving, so that the limitation is a factor he is working with rather than surrendering to. Commodus fights with the sense of someone who has trained extensively in a context where the training was not attached to real consequence. He knows the techniques. He has clearly worked at this, has spent hours with instructors, has developed a facility with the sword that goes beyond casual familiarity. But there is a gap between what he knows and what he can do under actual pressure, in actual circumstances, against an actual opponent who is not adjusting their behavior to the requirements of a training session. The gap is the gap between knowledge and mastery, between understanding a thing and having it available to you automatically in the moments when automatic is the only speed that's fast enough. The fight turns. Maximus finds what is available to him inside the limitation. The specific quality of him. The quality that has carried him through every arena he has entered since the first one in Proximo's minor circuits. The quality that the crowd of the Colosseum recognized the first time it saw him fight and has been naming and returning to ever since, asserts itself inside the wound's constraint. He presses Commodus back, and the pressing is something different from what Commodus has prepared for, different from what his training produced an answer to. Commodus retreats across the sand with the sense of someone who is discovering that the situation is not what they believed it to be, that the advantage they arranged has turned out to be insufficient. He calls for Commodus's sword. Commodus's sword, taken from him during the fight, lost in the press of it, is handed back by a Praetorian guard in the specific gesture of a system supporting its emperor, regardless of the rules of engagement that the arena is supposed to enforce. The crowd sees this. The crowd receives it with a particular kind of noise, a noise that is the sound of thousands of people responding to something they understand as unfair, as a violation of the implicit contract that the arena represents. Maximus disarms him. He takes Commodus's sword, and he holds Commodus, and the arena is in absolute attention, the specific silence of a very large number of people watching something irreversible approach. Commodus produces a knife, a hidden blade, a final cruelty, driven into Maximus's existing wound with the specific desperation of someone who is afraid and who has no other resources left, and the wound deepens. Maximus kills Commodus. He kills him with Commodus's own sword, on the sand of the Colosseum, in front of 80,000 witnesses. The killing has the quality of an ending rather than a triumph. It is not a moment of joy or satisfaction in the conventional sense. It is the completion of something that has been in motion since the burning farm, since the moment on the hill when Maximus came down and found what had been done to his family. The thing that has been moving is now finished. Maximus falls. The wound, the accumulated damage of the fight, the specific cost of having pushed through all of it to this moment. It is too much. He falls to the sand of the Colosseum, and the crowd is very still in the way that crowds are when they are witnessing something that is changing the texture of the moment, when the spectacle has resolved into something that is not spectacle anymore. His friends are with him. Juba is freed. The Praetorians stand down, the moment having passed beyond their ability to manage. And Juba is with Maximus on the sand. Lucilla is with him. And others, the soldiers, the people from the crowd who have moved toward him, in the way that people move toward someone they have felt as important to them. He speaks to Lucilla. He asks her to honor his soldiers, to honor the men who fought with him. He says it with the clarity of someone who is spending their last clarity on what they want to make sure is done. She tells him yes. He asks her to free his men, Juba, the others. She tells him yes again. He tells her that Elysium is a dream. He says it with the quality of someone who has seen it, or something that has the character of seeing it. And the thing he describes is the dream from the film's first moments. The hand through the wheat, the golden light, the door at the edge of the field. He is going home. He dies on the sand of the Colosseum. The Senator Gracchus, freed from his imprisonment in the collapse of Commodus's authority, oversees what happens next. Maximus's body is carried out of the arena with the specific honor that the moment requires. Not as a prisoner, not as a dead slave, but as a commander, as a general, as the man he has been all along beneath the arena's sand. Juba remains. He stays behind in the emptied arena, in the quiet that follows the crowd's departure. And he does something with the small carved figures of the man and the woman and the child, the figures that Maximus carried, placing them in the sand of the Colosseum floor, placing them with the specific care of someone performing a burial rite, a final gesture of respect toward the man who carried these figures and who is now with the people they represent. He says that he will see them again, but not yet. Not yet. The Colosseum is empty, and the evening light falls across the sand, and the small figures stand in it, placed there with love by a man who understood grief from the inside, who has been honoring the shape of Maximus's loss since the night in the desert when they lay on their backs and looked at the stars. The film ends. Now that the story has gently unfolded, it can be interesting to reflect on some of the ideas behind the film. Gladiator is constructed around the question of what gives a life its shape when the things you built that life toward are gone. Maximus enters the film with a complete interior architecture, a structure of purpose and loyalty and love that has been assembled over decades of service and that is directed at the film's opening toward a single clear destination. The farm in Spain, the wife and son, the life that has been earned. The film dismantles this architecture with a completeness that is almost formal in its thoroughness. By the time Maximus wakes in chains in the North African desert, there is nothing left of the structure he came in with. The purpose, the loyalty, the love, all of them have been either killed or corrupted. And what he is left with is the human capacity for purpose and loyalty and love without the original objects of those capacities. The film is interested in what this capacity does in the absence of its original objects. The answer Maximus arrives at, the path that the film follows him along, is that the capacity redirects. The love for his wife and son does not disappear when they are killed. It does not diminish. It finds a new direction. It becomes the energy behind his refusal to die, the thing that keeps him present in his body and in the fight, the force that sustains him through conditions that would extinguish someone whose love has been fully spent. He carries his family with him, literally, in the carved figures, and also in the constant act of internal reference to them, in the way they remain the coordinate system by which he orients himself even after the specific life they represented has been ended. This redirection of love toward action is the film's central psychological movement. The loyalty that he gave to Marcus Aurelius, total, earned, carefully distinguished from obedience in the sense that it was loyalty to the person's values and not simply to the institution, has nowhere to go once Marcus Aurelius is dead. But it does not disappear either. It becomes loyalty to the idea that Marcus Aurelius represented, to the project of governance that Marcus Aurelius believed in and that Commodus has betrayed. The meeting with Gracchus is not simply strategic. It is Maximus finding, in the senator's commitment to the Republic, something recognizable. the same structure of belief in institutions over individuals, the same argument that power should be held in trust rather than owned, that Marcus Aurelius made when he asked Maximus to be the caretaker of Rome. The loyalty finds a new object. The love finds a new purpose. And the general's skill, the competence in organization and leadership and tactical thinking, finds its expression in the arena and then in the conspiracy and finally in the single combat of the film's conclusion. Maximus is coherent as a character, not because he is simple, but because his core qualities have a continuity that survives the destruction of their original context. He is the same man in the arena as he was at the head of the legions, the same man in his response to leadership, in his relationship to the people around him, in his instinct to organize and to protect and to absorb danger toward himself, rather than directing it outward. The arena strips away the external markers of his identity, his rank, his name, his place in the social structure, and what remains is him, in a way that the markers were always covering without replacing. This is the film's argument about identity, that it is not located in the external markers, but in the consistent pattern of response to circumstances, and that circumstances as extreme as the ones Maximus faces are not sufficient to change the pattern. They are only sufficient to reveal what was there when the external was removed. The contrast with Commodus illuminates this argument from the opposite direction. Remove any of these elements, and what remains is very unstable. He relates to the world from the outside, reading the world's response to him and adjusting himself to produce the response he wants. And this mode of being requires constant external confirmation in a way that Maximus's mode of being does not. The scene in his father's tent is devastating in this regard. Commodus comes to his father carrying everything he wants from the meeting, wanting to be told that he is loved, that he is valued, that the life he has led has been sufficient, that the comparison to the ideal has finally resolved in his favor. What he receives instead is the confirmation of what he has always feared, that he does not have what his father most valued, that the succession will not be his, that the love Marcus Aurelius has for him is real, but that the real love has not been enough to override the real assessment. The murder that follows is not simply political calculation. It is the action of someone who cannot survive the withdrawal of the external validation, who responds to the moment of absolute exposure, the moment when the measurement is made and the gap is confirmed, with the only move that eliminates the measurement, eliminating the person who is measuring. It is an act of profound weakness, dressed in the clothing of decisive action. And this is the film's most careful psychological observation, that strength and the performance of strength are not the same thing, that what looks like decisive action can be the expression of the most desperate kind of fragility, and that what looks like passivity or submission, Maximus choosing to be taken rather than running, choosing to fight within the system that is trying to destroy him, can be the expression of the most considered kind of strength. The relationship between Marcus Aurelius and Maximus is worth lingering in. Marcus Aurelius is the figure in the film who represents what Commodus cannot embody, the Stoic ideal of the philosopher king, the person who holds power because the power has found a holder who regards power as a burden and a responsibility rather than a gratification. He is old and he is tired and he is making the specific kind of decisions and that people make when they know they are near the end of the time they have. Decisions that prioritize what they believe to be right over what they would prefer. Decisions that accept the difficulty of the right thing rather than reaching for the comfort of the easier option. His love for Commodus is genuine, and the genuineness of it does not contradict his assessment of Commodus's fitness to rule. The film does not ask us to doubt that Marcus Aurelius loves his son. It asks us instead to sit with the terrible thing that love sometimes requires. The honest acknowledgement that the person you love is not capable of what you need them to be capable of, and that the acknowledgement, far from negating the love, is in some sense the fullest expression of it. The refusal to protect him from the truth, even when the truth is that he cannot be trusted. The casting of Maximus as a surrogate son, as the recipient of the paternal approval and trust that Commodus is denied, is the film's cruelest structural move. Commodus does not miss this. His feeling toward Maximus is organized around this understanding, that Maximus has received, by virtue of his qualities, the regard that Commodus wanted by virtue of his blood. The resentment that this generates is not irrational, even if its expression is. There is a genuine grievance somewhere inside the Commodus we see, a genuine sense of having been passed over, of having been found wanting, of having spent his life failing to earn a thing that he believed should simply have been his. The grievance does not justify what he does with it, but the film is careful to show that the grievance exists to prevent us from locating Commodus entirely outside the human, because locating him entirely outside the human would allow us to avoid the film's more uncomfortable suggestion that the path from understandable pain to monstrous action is not as long or as difficult as we would prefer to believe. The arena as a space is one of the film's most sustained pieces of symbolism. The Colosseum stands in the film as the Roman Empire's most direct statement about what it values, or rather, about the gap between what it claims to value and what it actually values. Rome claims virtue, restraint, the Stoic ideal, the Republic's tradition of civic participation and shared governance. The Colosseum offers blood and spectacle, the reduction of human life to entertainment, the instrumentalization of death as a social cohesive. The arena is the truth that the philosophy is designed to manage, the thing that the official discourse about Roman virtue works to conceal by presenting it as something other than what it is, as bravery, as honor, as the expression of martial virtue, rather than the consumption of human lives for the amusement of a crowd. Maximus, inside the arena, is a particular kind of critique of this. He brings into the arena the actual virtues that the empire claims as its defining qualities: bravery, loyalty, leadership, the capacity for genuine sacrifice, and the bringing of the real thing into the space of the performance of the real thing creates an unbearable tension, a friction between what the arena is supposed to represent and what it actually contains when Maximus is on its sand. The crowd responds to this friction without being able to articulate it. They do not say to themselves, "This man has shown us that we have been watching performances of virtue rather than virtue itself." But their response to him has that character, the response of an audience that has finally seen the real thing and been changed by it. The relationship between the crowd and Maximus is also the film's argument about democratic legitimacy. The crowd's approval is not, in the Rome of this film, a trivial thing. It is the closest available approximation of the public's voice. the mechanism by which the people of Rome express their collective judgment, however imperfectly. Commodus needs the crowd. He manages the crowd, attempts to buy and direct its approval, and the arena is one of his primary instruments for doing so. But the crowd's approval cannot be fully managed because the crowd responds to something that is harder to fake than Commodus has anticipated. The crowd responds to authenticity, to the quality of someone who is genuinely present, genuinely engaged, genuinely at risk. Maximus is all of these things, and so the crowd becomes the film's democratic element. The mechanism by which the judgment of the many asserts itself against the will of the powerful, by which the public opinion that Commodus is trying to manages, instead, to recognize and honor what he is trying to destroy. The crowd's thumbs up for Maximus's life after the recreation of Carthage is not simply sentiment. It is the exercise of the only power the crowd has, and the film frames it as a significant and legitimate exercise of that power. The theme of the afterlife runs through Gladiator with a consistency that rewards attention. Maximus speaks of the afterlife throughout the film, not in the abstract theological way of someone rehearsing a doctrine, but in the specific and personal way of someone who has a particular reason to care about what is on the other side. His family is there, the farm is there, the hand through the wheat is there. The afterlife, for Maximus, is not a reward at the end of a long life well lived in the ordinary sense. It is the place where the life he was working toward, the life that was taken from him, still exists in some form, and to which he can eventually return. This is a remarkable thing to build a film around. A hero whose primary motivation is not to win, but to finish, not to achieve some future state, but to return to a state that already existed before the main events of the film, and that was destroyed before those events properly began. Maximus is not striving toward something new. He is striving back toward something old, something that the opening dream established as the coordinate system for everything that follows. The film's visual grammar supports this. The hand through the wheat appears at the beginning and appears again at moments of near death throughout the film, and appears finally at the moment of actual death. A visual rhyme that connects the film's opening to its closing, that frames the death not as an ending in the conventional sense, but as an arrival, a completion of the journey that the injury and the slavery and the arena have been the route of. The warm, golden light of the dream is the visual language of the afterlife, contrasted throughout the film with the cold grays and blues of the battlefield, and the hot yellows of the North African landscape, and the dark interiors of the Colosseum's corridors. Light is the film's primary symbolic vocabulary. The warm light means home, means safety, means the specific location of love and belonging. The cold light means the world of duty and loss and survival. The film moves between these registers constantly. Cold during the battle, warm during the dream, cold in the slave camp, warm in the carried memory of Spain, hot and harsh in the arena where Maximus is fighting his way toward the conclusion that the warm light waits at. Juba's role in the film is to hold what Maximus cannot hold for himself. He is the character who maintains the possibility of a future, who speaks about seeing his family again with a conviction that belongs to someone who has not yet given up on the ordinary future, on the return to life as it was before the interruption. He holds this possibility partly on his own behalf and partly, it seems, on Maximus's behalf as well, speaking the hope that Maximus has directed out of this life and into the next one, maintaining the emotional register of ordinary human longing alongside the more extreme register of Maximus's specific grief. Their friendship is one of the film's quieter achievements. It is a friendship that develops without many words, that is established through shared circumstance and mutual recognition, rather than through explicit declaration. Juba sees Maximus clearly, sees what he is carrying, sees what the carrying costs him, and his response to what he sees is the specific response of someone who is generous enough to extend care toward a person who is not easy to care for, who is closed and grieving and organized around an interior purpose that does not leave much room for ordinary connection. And the film ends with Juba. The final image, after Maximus's death, after the crowd, after Lucilla and Gracchus, and the movement of powers and consequence, is Juba in the empty Colosseum, kneeling in the sand, placing the small wooden figures. It is the film's final statement. And it is a statement not about Rome or power or the Republic, but about the simplest and most persistent human things: memory, love, the gesture of honoring someone who is gone. The figures are placed in the sand, and Juba looks at them and says what he said before, about seeing them again, about it not being yet. And then he stands, and he walks out of the empty arena, and the film is over. And so the story of Gladiator leaves us with a quiet reminder about what endures when everything else is taken. The farm in the wheat fields, the warmth of a hand in the golden afternoon, the small figures carried through the desert and the arena and the years of survival. These are the things the film keeps returning to, because they are the things that Maximus keeps returning to, the coordinates of a life that cannot be taken away, even when the life itself is. The film asks, gently, what it means to have loved someone so completely that their absence becomes itself a kind of presence, a direction toward which you are always moving, regardless of the road you are on. And it answers the question in the way of films that have thought carefully about their answer. Not in words, but in light, in the specific warmth of a dream that waits on the other side of everything, patient and golden and always there. The sand of the Colosseum is quiet, and the figures stand in it, and the story is complete. Rest well. Our next story begins in a different place with different people and a different journey. Welcome to Boring Cinema. Tonight we gently revisit the story of Braveheart. Settle in, relax, and let the film unfold slowly. There are stories that begin in grief and end in something that is not quite victory, but that the people who lived through them chose to call freedom, because freedom was the word that carried the full weight of what they were willing to pay. Braveheart, directed by Mel Gibson and released in 1995, is one of those stories. It is set in Scotland at the end of the 13th century, in a time when the country was caught in the condition of a place that has known what it is and that is being asked by force to become something else. The film is long and serious and does not apologize for the scale of what it is trying to say. It is interested in courage, in love, in the sense of a person who refuses to live on their knees when dying on their feet is available to them. The story is built around a man named William Wallace, and the film takes the full measure of who he is before it asks anything of him, before the events that will define his public life begin. It shows us his childhood and his loss and the particular formation of a person who will later do remarkable things, so that when the remarkable things begin, we understand where they come from. Not from nowhere, not from some innate heroic quality that appeared without cause, but from the specific accumulation of experience and grief and love that made William Wallace the particular person he became. This is a film about what it costs to be free, and about who pays the cost, and about what happens to the people who are left behind when someone decides that the cost is worth paying. It does not offer simple answers to any of these questions. It offers a story told with great care and considerable feeling about people who face them honestly. Settle in, let the fire burn low. We begin in Scotland. The Scotland of the film's opening is a landscape of considerable and specific beauty. The particular beauty of a northern place that is not soft or accommodating, that demands something of the people who live in it, that gives them mist and rain, and the wide silence of hills that seem to have been there long before anything human arrived, and that will be there long after. The year is 1280. The country is technically under English domination following the death of the Scottish king without an heir, a political vacuum that Edward I of England has moved into with the specific efficiency of a man who has been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity. The English presence in Scotland is the background condition of everything in the film's early scenes, not yet the immediate personal reality it will become, but felt in the way that an occupation is always felt, even when it is not directly visible, in the altered behavior of people who understand what they are living under, and who manage their relationship to it with the particular daily calculation of the occupied. The Scots who appear in the film's opening passages move through their lives with the weight of this understanding behind every interaction, every choice about what to say and what not to say and who to say it in front of. Young William Wallace is perhaps 8 years old in the film's opening. He is a child of this Scotland, a child of the specific Scotland of smallholders and farmers, and people who have been in this landscape long enough that their relationship to it is physical, intimate, and not easily transferred. His father, Malcolm Wallace, is a man of the specific type that the film presents as the Scottish baseline. Proud, capable, not interested in making accommodations that cost him the thing that cannot be replaced, which is his sense of himself as a man who decides what happens in his own life. His older brother, John, shares something of this quality. They are, as a family, not wealthy or powerful in any way that the English occupation can see and therefore threaten. They are simply themselves, in their place, living the life the place affords. Malcolm Wallace rides north to meet with other Scottish lords and chieftains, men who are discussing, in the specific careful manner of people under occupation who are beginning to think about something that cannot be spoken too directly, whether the conditions of their situation have reached the point where accommodation is no longer possible, where the cost of acquiescence has exceeded the cost of resistance. He leaves William in the charge of his household with the instruction to stay put, spoken in the tone of a man who gives this instruction with every intention of returning. William disobeys, as children do. He follows his father's tracks toward the barn where the meeting took place, arriving after the meeting has ended, arriving to find what has been left behind. The hanging bodies of Scots, men who were at the meeting, arranged in the barn in the specific way of men who have been killed as a demonstration, rather than in the course of a fight. The demonstration is Edward's answer to the gathering, a message delivered through the bodies of the men who attended it. William looks at what is in the barn with the particular comprehension of a child who is old enough to see clearly and young enough not yet to have the framework that would allow him to process it at a distance. He does not run. He stands and he sees. The funeral for Malcolm Wallace and for John Wallace, who has died in a subsequent skirmish, the resistance he could not prevent himself from attempting having cost him what it cost, is a scene that the film gives real time to. Because the film understands that what happens at this funeral is the emotional foundation of everything that follows. The Scottish community gathers, as communities do, to mark the passing of people who were part of them. And the gathering has the quality of grief that is also determination, of loss that is also a question. The question of what comes next, how the loss is answered, what the people who are still living owe to the people who are not. A young girl approaches William where he stands at the graveside. She holds out a thistle, the small, unassuming gesture of a child offering what she has, which is nothing but is also the specific comfort of presence, of acknowledgement, of one person standing beside another at the edge of something enormous. William takes the thistle. He looks at the girl. He does not know her name yet. Her name is Murren. He takes the thistle. His uncle Argyle appears at the funeral, the figure who will take charge of William's formation, who will raise him from this day forward, who is a man of the old Scottish tradition that understands education and languages and the larger world beyond the valley, who is not simply a farmer or a fighter, but a person who has thought about what Scotland is and where it fits in the wider human story. He has come for the boy. He carries himself with the specific authority of someone who knows what they are doing and who does it without requiring approval. He and William leave Scotland for a time, for the wider world, for the years of formation that the film then skips over with the specific efficiency of a story that trusts its audience to understand that time has passed and that the person who returns is not the child who left. William Wallace returns to Scotland as a young man. He returns with education, with languages, with the quality of someone who has thought carefully about things and who has arrived at considered positions about what matters. He is also, and the film makes this clear in the specific way he moves through his home landscape on the day of his return, the way he takes in the hills and the sky and the smell of the place, deeply uncomplicated, glad to be home. He returns with no ambition except the ambition for a life, a farm, a family, the ordinary goods of an ordinary existence in the place he belongs to. He has no interest in rebellion. He has no interest in leading anything. He is a young man who wants to build a life. He rides through that village on the day of a local gathering, a kind of market and social occasion, the specific form of community event that functions as the social heartbeat of a small rural community. And among the people at the gathering, he sees Moran. She is grown. She is, in the film's presentation of her, a woman of considerable presence. Not the conventional beauty of a film that is not paying attention to who its women are, but the specific presence of a person who knows her own mind and who is comfortable with that knowledge. who is frank in her dealings, and who carries within her the particular combination of warmth and self-possession that the film presents as the fullest expression of the Scottish character it loves. She does not make it easy for William. She does not simply respond to his interest because he is interested. She makes him earn the conversation, and then she earns the next conversation, and the courtship that develops between them has the sense of something that is built rather than simply found. Each encounter adding to what has come before, each exchange revealing more of the person inside the presentation, until what has accumulated between them is not infatuation, but something that is recognizable as the beginning of genuine love. William carves a thistle and gives it to her. The gesture connects back to the funeral, to the first moment of connection between them, to the child who offered comfort at a graveside, and who is now a woman receiving a carved reminder of it from the man who received it. The thistle carries everything between them that has been carried across years without being named. The English soldiers in the village are a constant and unpleasant presence. They move through the community with the specific ease of men who understand that they are the authority, that the people around them have no recourse, that whatever they want, they can take without consequence. The law of prima nocta, the right claimed by the English lords to take any Scottish bride on her wedding night, is the film's most explicit statement of the nature of the occupation at its worst, the specific form of violation that turns every ordinary human occasion into a reminder of who has power and who does not. It is not universally enforced. Whether it is enforced depends on the specific character of the local English lord. And the local lord in this part of Scotland is a man named Heselrig, who is not a man with a generous interpretation of his position. William and Moran are married in secret. The ceremony is small and takes place at night, in the quiet of a countryside that has been given its late evening quality of stillness and moonlight, with a priest and with the specific intimacy of two people making a vow to each other that the public occasion of marriage would require them to place in danger. They do it in secret to keep Moran safe from prima nocta, to keep what they are building between them out of the reach of the law that would otherwise intrude upon it. The marriage is real. The vow is genuine. The secrecy does not diminish either. For a brief time, William and Moran have the life he came home to find. The film gives them enough time together that the life is visible, not simply implied, but shown, in the small, specific details of two people building a shared existence, the texture of days that have the warmth and the ordinary pleasure of things going right. It is a deliberate choice, because the film needs the audience to understand what is at stake, to love what Moran is to William before it takes her, to make the loss that is coming feel the way the loss of something fully realized feels, rather than the loss of a possibility or a symbol. The incident that breaks it begins with the particular casual arrogance of soldiers who do not think of the people around them as fully real. An English soldier accosts Moran in the village, makes the kind of advance that the occupation has normalized, the kind that assumes no consequence and that produces consequences anyway, because Moran is not a woman who will accept it without resistance, and because William, who has seen it, is not a man who will stand at a distance and observe. He intervenes. The intervention becomes a brawl. The brawl becomes something larger, engulfs the village center, involves the other men of the community who cannot watch what is happening without joining it. Moran is separated from William in the chaos. The soldiers catch her. Heselrig has her brought before him in the center of the village, where the whole community can see what happens next, which is the specific point. What happens next is intended to be seen, intended to function as a demonstration of authority, intended to communicate that the events of the day have a cost, and that the cost is paid by people other than the person who started things. He cuts her throat. William arrives to see her fall. The film holds on this moment. It holds on it with the full seriousness of a story that knows what it is showing, that is not rushing past the thing it has shown, that is requiring the audience to remain in the specific space of this moment and understand the weight of it. William Wallace kneels in the mud of the village center and holds his wife, and what leaves her face in those seconds is the specific light of the person he married in secret and built the quiet life with, and who was, for the time he had her, the organizing reason for everything he wanted. He does not weep, he does not speak. He holds her, and his face has a quality that the film then carries forward through all the subsequent hours, a quality of grief that has closed over into something harder than grief, something more purposeful, the specific transformation of devastating loss into the fuel of an intention that will now not stop. He rises. What follows in the immediate aftermath is William Wallace making his accounting with the people responsible for Murren's death, beginning with the soldiers present and proceeding to Heselrig himself. And the violence is not spectacular in the sense of entertainment. It is the violence of a man moving through a specific purpose with total commitment, removing the obstacles to the completion of that purpose. Heselrig dies. The English soldiers in the village die. William stands in what is left of it, with the blood of his wife's killers on him, and with nothing ahead of him now except the consequence of what has just been done and the decision about what to do next. Other Scots in the area have been watching. The men who have been living under English rule with the daily calculation of people who are trying to survive, who have been making the specific accommodations that survival requires, who have been waiting for something without knowing they were waiting. They begin to come out. Not all of them. Not at once. But some of them, drawn by what has happened. Drawn by the specific pull of a man who has done the thing they could not allow themselves to do, begin to gather. Among them is Hamish Campbell, the son of Campbell, a man of enormous physical presence and a specific, robust humor that the film uses to balance William's more interior gravity. Among them is Hamish's father, Campbell, an older man who fought in an earlier period of Scottish resistance, and who brings to the gathering the weight of that experience, the knowledge of what resistance costs and what it can produce. They ask William what comes next. William tells them he is going home. He is going to his land. They follow him. The gathering of the initial Scottish force is not the gathering of an army. It is the gathering of a community around a man who has done the thing the community needed someone to do. Not because they planned it or organized it or selected him as the representative of a movement, but because the thing that happened and the response it produced has created, in the specific chemistry of the moment, a nucleus around which other people are organizing. The film is careful about this. It does not present William as a man who sought leadership. It presents him as a man whom leadership found at the specific moment of his greatest loss, because what he did that day in the village was the thing that made him visible as the kind of person who could carry what would now be asked of him. The English response to the events in the village is swift and military. A force is sent. A local garrison response, not the full weight of English military capacity, but enough to put down what is being presented as a local disorder. The force rides out expecting to encounter a mob. It encounters William Wallace. The ambush at the river crossing, where the Scottish force uses the specific advantages of local knowledge and terrain to defeat an English force that is larger and better equipped, is the film's first extended military sequence, and it establishes the quality of William's thinking about violence: tactical, specific, organized around the maximization of the available advantages, aware that conventional engagement against a superior force is not a strategy, but a route to defeat. He does not fight fair, in the sense that he does not give the English force the conditions under which the English force would prevail. He gives himself the conditions under which his smaller and less equipped force can prevail. The English force is defeated. Word spreads. Scotland, in the weeks and months that follow the fight at the river crossing, begins to change in its atmosphere. The change is the specific change that happens when the conditions of an occupation shift, when the occupied begin to believe that the conditions are not, after all, permanent, that the person who told them accommodation was survival was working with an assumption that has been challenged. Men begin to come south from the Highlands, east from the borders, from the various parts of Scotland where the English rule has settled most heavily. They come not because there is yet a movement with a strategy and a structure, but because there is a man, and what the man did, and what the man seems to be about, which is the thing they have been waiting to find expression for. The Scottish nobles, watching all of this, are in a different position. Robert the Bruce is the heir to the Scottish throne, the legitimate claimant, the person with the most to gain from a free Scotland, and the most to lose from an English Scotland, who is nonetheless navigating the politics of his position with the specific complexity of someone who has more than one interest to protect. His father, the elder Robert Bruce, is ill. His mind is still precise, but his body is failing, and his counsel to his son has the quality of a man who has learned, through long experience of political survival, that the first priority is always to survive. He counsels Robert toward accommodation, toward the management of English power rather than the confrontation of it, toward the specific calculation that position maintained is position from which future action is possible. Robert listens to his father because his father is not wrong about the calculus, and because the bond between them has the sense of a son who genuinely loves a difficult father, who sees clearly what the father is and is not, and who loves him anyway, who cannot simply discount the counsel, because the counsel comes from someone whose interest in Robert's survival is real, even when the counsel serves that survival in ways that cost Robert something he values. The film also introduces the Scottish nobles in their political gathering, a group of men whose individual interests and alliances create a picture of Scotland that is significantly more complicated than the simple opposition of Scottish freedom and English oppression. These are men who have estates and titles and relationships with the English crown that predate William Wallace's arrival on the scene and that will post-date it if they survive, men for whom the political arithmetic of the moment includes calculations that William's presence neither resolves nor simplifies. They deal with him in the formal scenes of political negotiation. with the specific ambivalence of people who recognize the value of what he has produced. The military success, the public energy, the rallying of the common people, while also recognizing that what he represents is not entirely within their ability to control or direct. Among them is a man named Craig, who will demonstrate, over the course of the film, that the complexity of the Scottish noble class includes the capacity for outright betrayal, as well as the more forgivable complexity of competing interests. And there is Mornay and others, all of them living in the condition of men who are trying to make the best decision they can in circumstances that do not offer any entirely good options. The Battle of Stirling is the film's first major military set piece, and it is where William Wallace's approach to warfare is displayed at its fullest. The English army arrives at Stirling with the confidence of an experienced professional force, superbly equipped, disciplined, led by officers who have campaigned extensively and who regard the assembled Scots across the field with the specific professional assessment of experienced soldiers evaluating what is in front of them. What is in front of them to the eye is an army that should not be a serious challenge, smaller, less equipped, organized around a different kind of soldier than the English knight and infantry. Men who are brave, but who have not been through the training and the institutional development that gives the English force its quality. The English cavalry charges. The Scottish lines hold. They hold because William has prepared for the cavalry charge in a specific and practical way. Long spears, sharpened and braced, carried by the infantry and deployed at the moment the cavalry commits to the charge, transforming the open field into a thicket of points that the horses cannot pass through and that the riders cannot survive. The cavalry breaks. The infantry advances into the Scottish counterattack. The battle that follows has the quality of an upset achieved through preparation and through the specific discipline of men who hold their position past the point where holding it feels survivable. It is won. The victory at Stirling sends a message through Scotland and through England simultaneously. Through Scotland, the message is that it is possible, that the English army, which has existed in the Scottish imagination as something that simply cannot be defeated, can in fact be beaten, that the conditions for defeating it exist and can be constructed by someone who thinks clearly about what those conditions require. Through England, the message is that Scotland is more serious than Edward I had calculated, that the disorder that began with the village incident has grown into something that requires a response more substantial than a local garrison can provide. Edward, in his court, receives the news of Stirling with the specific composed fury of a man who is not surprised so much as confirmed in his assessment that the situation has been mismanaged and must now be corrected with appropriate force. He is, as the film presents him, Longshanks, a man of extraordinary political intelligence and total moral flexibility, a ruler who has no interest in the question of what is right, except insofar as the right is useful, who pursues the interests of the English crown with the specific totality of someone who has organized his entire self around the pursuit of those interests, and who has long since stopped experiencing any friction between what he wants and what he believes he is entitled to. He sends a princess. The Princess Isabella, betrothed to his dissolute son, present at the court in the specific position of a woman married into a dynasty for the political value of the marriage rather than for any quality of the match as a human relationship, is dispatched to negotiate with Wallace. The negotiation is a gesture rather than a genuine offer, a tactical move in a larger game that Edward is playing, and that he expects Wallace to be insufficiently sophisticated to read. Isabella rides to the Scottish camp with the specific grace of a woman who has been navigating a court where nothing is what it appears to be for long enough that she has developed considerable skill in reading what is real behind what is presented. She meets William Wallace. The meeting between them has a quality that the film develops carefully across the subsequent sections of the story. Not a conventional romance, because the situation does not permit it, and because both people in it are too serious to permit a conventional romance, but a genuine connection between two people who recognize something in each other that neither of them finds easily elsewhere. She is intelligent and direct. He is the same. She is constrained by her position and by the political reality she moves through. He is the same. The recognition of these shared conditions is the foundation of what develops, and the film handles it with more restraint and more care than the genre of historical epic generally brings to its love stories. He does not take Edward's offer. He knows what Edward's offer is. Isabella knows what Edward's offer is, and she knows that he knows, and the conversation between them does not pretend otherwise. He tells her, in the simple language that is his register, that Scotland is not for sale at any price Edward is willing to pay. He says it without drama. He says it the way he says most things, as a statement of where he stands, offered with full awareness that where he stands is dangerous, with no particular need to make the danger sound like more than it is. She rides back to Edward's court with the message. Edward receives it with the composed acknowledgement of a man who did not expect otherwise, but who has already moved on to the next part of the plan. The next part of the plan is the Battle of Falkirk. But before Falkirk, there are other developments. The Scottish Council, having recognized what William Wallace has produced, the victories, the rallying of the common people, the genuine military resistance that now exists where before there was only accommodation, formally acknowledges him as Guardian of Scotland. The title carries weight, and William carries it with the specific awareness of a man who accepts the title because the function it represents is real, because there is work to be done and the title places him in the position to do it. Not because the title itself is the thing he came for or the thing he values. He goes to France. The trip to France is a diplomatic mission, an attempt to secure the support of the French crown for Scottish independence, to build the alliance that would place England under pressure from two directions simultaneously, and that would give Scotland the political legitimacy in the wider European community that would make its independence harder to simply erase. The mission is conducted with the specific seriousness of a man who has understood that military victory, however achieved, requires a political architecture to sustain it, that winning battles is not the same as winning freedom, and that freedom, once claimed, must be recognized by the world outside in order to endure. Isabella is part of these negotiations, in her way. She communicates with William across the period of his time in France. Not directly, not in ways that her position at the English court would permit to be direct, but in the specific indirect way available to a person who has limited options and who is using all of them. She warns him. She warns him about what is coming, about what Edward has arranged with the Scottish nobles, about the specific form of the betrayal that is being prepared. She does this because she has chosen a side, not the side of her marriage or her court, or the political interests she was sent to France to serve, but the side of the man she has come to believe in the way that comes from recognizing in another person the quality of integrity that makes the political calculation irrelevant. The warning is delivered. Whether it arrives in time is a different question. The Battle of Falkirk. The Scottish army assembles on the Falkirk field with the energy of men who have won before and who believe they can win again, who have found in the victories at Stirling and in the months of successful resistance a confidence that the film presents with both respect and the specific unease of knowing what is coming. William is there. Hamish is there. Campbell is there. The force that has gathered around William Wallace in the months since Moran's death, through every skirmish and every act of resistance, is assembled on this field. The English army on the other side of the field is the full response that Stirling produced, larger, better equipped, more thoroughly organized than the force that was defeated at the river crossing or at the bridge. Edward has come himself. He has brought the full weight of English military capacity, and the army arrayed against the Scots has a quality that is visibly different from what they have faced before. The sense of an army that has been assembled specifically to end this particular situation. The nobles are not where they said they would be. The Irish mercenaries that the English hired, seeing Wallace on the opposite side, refused to fight. They have come to fight Scots, but in the specific calculus of people who recognize a kinship across the nominally opposing lines, they will not fight these Scots, not behind this man, and they step back from the English formation and stand aside. It is a small, unrequested act of solidarity from men who had no obligation to offer it, and Wallace receives it with the specific gravity it deserves. But the Scottish cavalry, the horsemen that the noble families pledged to the field, the element of the force that is essential to making the infantry's role survivable, turns and rides away. Robert the Bruce, in the film's most painful sequence of political compromise, has made an arrangement with the English. The arrangement is what his father counseled. The accommodation that positions the Bruce name favorably with the crown, the calculation that places survival above everything else. The cavalry that rides away from Falkirk is the physical expression of this calculation. The men on foot who remain on the field, who look left and right and see the horses departing, who understand in that moment what is happening and what it means for them, are the cost of the calculation. The battle becomes a slaughter. The English archers open on the Scottish infantry with the specific annihilating efficiency of massed archery against infantry, without defensive cover, without cavalry to threaten the archer lines, without the ability to close the distance fast enough to make the difference. Campbell dies. Men around William die. The field becomes the specific horror of a battle that cannot be won and that cannot be stopped, only endured and finally fled from, as the surviving Scots break and scatter in the face of what the field has become. William, fighting through it, moving through the death that the field is delivering, sees Robert the Bruce. He sees him with the English. The moment of recognition, across a battlefield, through the chaos of a fight that has turned into a rout, the specific clarity of one man seeing another man and understanding precisely what he is seeing is a moment the film gives full weight to. Robert the Bruce, who has been the person that William believed in as the potential leader of a free Scotland, the legitimate claimant who could give the cause its political legitimacy, is here on this field, having arranged the outcome that is killing William's men. The betrayal is not a surprise in the sense that nothing in the politics of the Scottish noble class should be surprising. But it is devastating in the specific personal way that betrayal by someone you believed in is always devastating. William does not pursue Robert. He rides from the field. The aftermath of Falkirk is the long middle of the film's final movement, the period in which William Wallace is no longer leading a unified force, no longer conducting the campaign that Sterling represented, but is instead conducting a different and smaller and more personal kind of resistance. He moves through Scotland with a small group of men in the way of someone who has not stopped and who will not stop, who continues to do what he came to do even in the reduced conditions of the period after the defeat. Robert the Bruce, in the months after Falkirk, lives with what he chose. The film gives real time to this interior life, to the specific experience of a man who has made a calculation and who lives in the company of the calculation's consequences. He speaks to his father about it. His father, the man who counseled the calculation, is not troubled by it in the way Robert is troubled. His father is a man who has fully made his peace with the transactional nature of political life and who regards Robert's discomfort as a kind of sentiment that the practice of power cannot afford. But Robert is not his father, and the discomfort does not resolve. It deepens. He goes to see William. The conversation between Robert the Bruce and William Wallace, in the specific, private, and unwitnessed quality of two men talking about what happened and what it means, is one of the film's most important scenes. Robert speaks. He accounts for his actions in the language of political necessity. He speaks about the position he is in and what the position requires. He is not lying exactly. The calculation he describes is the actual calculation he made. But he is also speaking to a man who was on the field at Falkirk. And the specific gap between the political language and the physical reality of the field is a gap that neither of them can close by talking about it. William listens. He tells Robert that Robert the Bruce can unite the clans. He tells him that what Scotland needs, what the cause needs, is someone with the political legitimacy and the noble standing to give it a different kind of foundation than the one William has been able to build. Someone who can bring the nobles into genuine alignment, who can create the unity that Falkirk demonstrated the absence of. He is not forgiving Robert. He is not releasing Robert from the account between them. He is, in the specific manner of a man who has thought about what matters more than what he deserves, telling Robert what he needs to do with what remains of the possibility the moment contains. He asks him to be the king that Scotland needs. The final betrayal of William Wallace does not come from the English or from a man who has always been his enemy. It comes from Robert Lachlan, a Scottish lord who has been in the orbit of the cause but who has made his own calculation about the value of loyalty versus the value of what the English crown will pay for information about William's location. The meeting that is arranged, presented to William as a gathering of Scottish nobles who are ready to commit to the cause, who are ready to do what Falkirk demonstrated needed doing, is a trap. William rides to it. He arrives. The English soldiers who emerge from their positions have been waiting for exactly this moment. And the sense of the trap, that it is laid by a Scot, that it uses the language of the movement to bring him in, is the particular form of the betrayal that the film has been building toward. The betrayal that comes not from the declared enemy, but from inside. He is captured. He is taken to London. The journey to London and the days before the trial have the quality of a man moving through the final passage of his story with the specific awareness of someone who has assessed his situation completely and who has arrived at a clear position about what he will and will not do with it. He is not hoping for a rescue. He is not expecting a reversal. He is in the specific stillness of a person who has accepted what is coming, preparing to meet what is coming in the way that is consistent with who he is. Isabella comes to see him. She comes to the cell in London with the specific courage of a woman who understands exactly what she is risking and who has decided that the risk is worth taking, because what is in the cell is the person whose integrity has been the organizing fact of her experience at the English court, the person whose existence has given her a different sense of what is possible in a human life than the court she lives in has otherwise provided. She brings him a vial, something to dull the pain of what is coming, a gesture of mercy from someone who cannot prevent what is coming, but who can make it slightly less unbearable. She also tells him she is carrying his child. Whether this is literally intended or symbolically intended, the film holds the information with the weight of something that passes beyond the specific story of these two people, the child, the future, the continuation that will carry something of what William Wallace was into a world he will not live to see. William holds this information in his cell with the quality of a man receiving the last gift available to him. The trial is not a trial in any genuine sense. It is a proceeding, a formality, the specific legal theater through which the English crown will produce the authorization for what has already been decided. William stands before the court and has read the charges against him. Treason, the primary charge. The charge that a person commits when the crown defines their resistance to itself as an offense against the order it represents. He is asked to confess. The confession, they tell him, will produce a mercy, a faster death, a less terrible process, the specific small kindness of getting it over quickly. He does not confess. He says that he cannot be a traitor to a king he never pledged himself to, that the obligation of treason requires an obligation to have been betrayed, that a man who never gave his loyalty to Edward cannot be said to have withdrawn it, that the charge is built on a premise about the relationship between William Wallace and the English crown that does not exist. The court does not find this persuasive. He is condemned to be publicly executed in the specific manner that the law provides for traitors, hanged, drawn, and quartered. The sentence is read in the particular formal language of a legal proceeding that has arrived at a predetermined destination. Execution. Mourning in London is a public occasion. The crowd that gathers in the town square to witness what is to happen is large and heterogeneous. Not a crowd that has gathered for the entertainment of it, though there is a portion of any such crowd for whom public spectacle has that quality, but a crowd in which many different kinds of people are present and many different kinds of relationships to the event being witnessed. There are people who have come out of hatred for the condemned. There are people who have come out of something closer to sorrow. There are people who are not entirely certain what they feel and who have come in the human way of people who go toward things they cannot fully explain the going toward. William Wallace is brought through this crowd, what he moves through on the way to his death, in the conditions the film creates around this passage, is the full experience of public humiliation and public degradation that the execution is designed to produce, designed to communicate to everyone watching what happens to the kind of person who resists the kind of power that the English crown represents. The design is thorough. It is experienced by William Wallace not as a surprise, but as the expected form of what is being done to him, which he moves through with the sense of someone who has already done the interior work of this passage and who is now simply in the physical process of completing it. He is asked, at the moment of his extremity, to speak the word that will produce the mercy. Mercy is available. The offer remains available until the last possible moment. He has only to speak the word to yield, to make the specific formal gesture of submission that the crown requires. He does not yield. What he says instead, with whatever is left in him by the moment it is said, is a single word: freedom. He does not speak it loudly. He does not perform it. He says it as a man says the thing that is true, the thing that is the answer to every question the story has asked, the word that contains everything that cannot be argued or taken or burned out of a person who has decided to keep it. The crowd hears it. The film holds on the crowd receiving it. The specific movement that goes through a crowd when something unexpected happens, when the thing they came to witness delivers something different than the execution that was scheduled, when the person being put to death refuses to be only that. Robert the Bruce is not in London. He is in Scotland, and the news of what happened at William Wallace's execution, the word that was said, the manner of the death, the specific thing it communicated to everyone who witnessed it or who heard about it from people who did, reaches him in the way that news of this kind reaches people, changed by every transmission, but carrying at its core the essential fact of what occurred. He receives it in a conversation with the men around him, and the receiving of it has a specific effect on the interior life that the film has been tracking across the second half of the story. He rides to meet the English in battle. The Battle of Bannockburn, which is the film's final sequence and which is conducted in the atmosphere of a conclusion that has been earned rather than arranged, is the outcome of everything that came before it. The defeat at Falkirk and its lessons, the long period of continued resistance after Falkirk, the example that was made in London of what a man can do with the thing that is his to give. Robert the Bruce leads the Scottish forces across the field toward the English line with the sense of a man who has made a decision that is not reversible and who is not looking for the option to reverse it. He speaks. He speaks to the assembled Scots with the voice of a man who has understood, finally and completely, what William Wallace was trying to give him. Not the words, not the speech, but the understanding of what it means to act as though the thing being fought for is real, as though the possibility of a free Scotland is not a calculation, but a truth, as though the field in front of him is the field where the truth gets settled. The English line holds for a moment and then breaks, not because of a single heroic act or a tactical genius or any single element that can be isolated and credited. It breaks because of the accumulation of everything, of men who have been through Stirling and Falkirk and the years between, of a leader who has finally arrived at the conviction that the men he leads can feel, of the specific momentum that attaches to a cause at the moment. It stops being a cause and becomes simply the thing that is going to happen. Scotland. The camera lifts above the field in the way that the film's camera lifts above significant moments, slowly, giving the landscape the space to be itself, giving the battle the space to diminish into the larger landscape that contains it, as all battles eventually diminish into the landscapes that outlast them. The hills are still there. The sky is still there. The specific, beautiful indifference of the northern landscape to the human events that take place within it is still there. Hamish, who has survived everything, throws William's sword into the field ahead of the advancing Scottish line. The sword catches the light. The narration, Hamish's narration, the voice that has been carrying the story from its beginning, speaks the final lines about what William Wallace did and what he was, and the lines have the quality of something spoken by someone who was there and who has been carrying the story long enough to know what it means. Now that the story has gently unfolded, it can be interesting to reflect on some of the ideas behind the film. This origin story has a specific emotional logic that the film develops with care. William's motivation is not abstract. He is not fighting for Scotland as an idea, for freedom as a principle, at least not at the beginning. He is fighting because they killed Moran, and because the people who killed Moran are the same people who have been telling Scotland what it is allowed to be for decades. The abstraction, the idea of Scottish freedom, the principle that a people should govern themselves, arrives later as the consequence of having fought for the concrete and personal reason, and having found in the fighting that the concrete and personal reason is the same as the abstract one. He does not separate them. The film does not ask him to. The character of Robert the Bruce is one of the film's most psychologically complex portraits, because the film is trying to show us something that historical epic films do not often try to show: the interior experience of someone who knows what the right thing is and who chooses, repeatedly and with full awareness, to do something other than the right thing, and who lives in the company of that choice and what it cost him. Robert is not simply a traitor in the way that Craig or Mornay are traitors, men who betray for the ordinary transactional reasons of men who have decided that their interest is the only interest. Robert betrays because he has been formed by a father and a political tradition that defines survival as the primary obligation of a man in his position, and because he has not yet developed the specific kind of courage that breaks with formation, that decides the thing it was taught to value is less important than the thing it actually values. He is a man in the process of becoming. The film watches him fail the first test, fail the test at Falkirk, and then gradually move toward the understanding that will make him capable of passing the test when it finally arrives. His relationship with his father is the film's clearest portrait of the cost of accommodation. The elder Bruce is not cruel. He loves his son. He wants his son to survive and to flourish in the conditions of the world they inhabit, and the counsel he gives is the counsel of someone who has succeeded in those conditions and who is passing on the methods of the success. But his father's success is a success built on the acceptance of a world that Robert increasingly finds he cannot accept. A world in which Scotland is not really Scotland, but a province of English ambition, in which the title of King of Scots is a title maintained by the permission of a power that can withdraw the permission at any time. His father can live in that world. Robert, in the end, cannot. The transformation that William Wallace's example produces in Robert is the film's central argument about the nature of leadership and the nature of inspiration. William does not inspire Robert by winning battles, though the battles matter. He inspires Robert by demonstrating what a person looks like when they have decided that the thing they are fighting for is worth dying for, and that this decision is not a tragedy, but a form of freedom. That the specific liberation of having decided on the one thing matters more than everything else is its own kind of victory, even when it is achieved in a cell in London, rather than on a field in Scotland. Robert watches this from the distance of his political calculations and his familial accommodations, and what he watches changes him in the way that witnessing genuine courage always changes the people who witness it. It makes the lesser version of themselves feel not simply inadequate, but actively untenable. The film's use of landscape is one of its most consistent and least remarked upon achievements. The thistle, which appears at the film's beginning and reappears at crucial emotional moments, is the film's central personal symbol, not the grand symbol of nationhood that the thistle carries in the wider Scottish context, but the small, intimate symbol of the relationship between William and Moran, the connection that was there first, before the cause, before the rebellion, before everything the story builds into. The carved thistle that William gives Moran is made from the same impulse as the thistle the child Moran gave the child William at his father's graveside. The impulse of one person offering what they have to another person who needs something with no agenda beyond the giving. This simplicity, the film suggests, is the foundation of everything else. The execution of William Wallace is the scene toward which the entire film has been moving, and the film approaches it with the full seriousness that the subject demands. What the scene does not do is make the death into spectacle. It does not give us heroism in the conventional cinematic mode of the triumphant death, the death that is framed so that it feels like a victory in aesthetic terms, even as it is a defeat in physical terms. What it gives us instead is a man enduring something terrible, with the sense of a person who has decided what matters to him and who is, in the enduring of the terrible thing, demonstrating that the decision was genuine. The word he speaks at the end, freedom, is not a dramatic speech. It is a declaration of where he has been all along, of what has been true about him since Moran died, and he chose, in the ruin of the personal, to turn toward the public. It is also, perhaps, a kind of gift. The people are watching, the crowd in London, and through the crowd, the audience watching the film, receive the word as the thing that it is, the clearest possible statement of what the whole story has been about, delivered in the simplest possible form by the person to whom the simplicity is most available, because he has nothing left to protect except the truth. The film's ending, Bannockburn, the battle, the sword thrown into the field, the camera lifting above the landscape, arrives not as a conclusion, but as a continuation. The story does not end with William Wallace's death. The story continues because the thing he was fighting for is larger than him, because the freedom he named at the moment of his death is not something that dies with the person who named it, because the people who watched what happened in London are the people who will fight the next battle and the one after that. Robert the Bruce carries what he learned into the field at Bannockburn. Hamish carries the sword. The story is being passed from person to person, as stories of this kind are always passed, and the passing is the life of it. The question of what we owe to the dead, specifically to people who died for things we have the ability to continue or abandon, is the film's deepest question, and it is one it poses without answering directly. Robert answers it by riding onto the Bannockburn field. Hamish answers it by throwing the sword. The film answers it by telling the story, by bringing us to this morning in Scotland, and holding us there until the battle is over, and the camera lifts above the hills, and the light changes, and the place continues in the way that places continue, carrying everything that happened in them without comment, simply being what they are in the morning that comes after everything. Edward Longshanks, as the film presents him, is worthy of his own sustained consideration because the film does something with him that villains in historical epics are not always given the opportunity for. It makes him genuinely formidable without making him simply monstrous, genuinely intelligent, without making his intelligence a form of compensation for some other lacking. He is, within the framework of his own values, a highly effective person. He governs with the specific efficiency of someone who has no sentimentality about the means by which governance is achieved and who has thought clearly about what he wants and how to get it. He uses people, deploys them, discards them when they have served their purpose, with the precise, unsentimental management of someone for whom other people are resources, in the same way that armies and territories are resources. His contempt for his son, for the specific weakness and dissolution that the prince represents, is not the contempt of a man who did not try to raise a worthy heir. It is the contempt of a man who applied to his heir the same standards he applies to everything and found the heir wanting, and who has moved on from the disappointment to simply use the heir as an instrument where instruments are available, which in this case means using Isabella's presence in the prince's household as the lever for negotiating with Wallace. He sends his daughter-in-law to do his diplomatic work because she is the best instrument available for the task, and he sends her without particular concern for what the task requires her to do or be. This is the character at its most clearly drawn, a man of complete means and no conscience, who has rationalized the absence of conscience as the quality required by his position, who has probably told himself for so long that the ruthlessness is necessary that he has stopped being able to access the version of himself that would find it troubling. The film does not give him a redemptive moment or a flash of self-knowledge or any of the small humanizing gestures that stories sometimes give their antagonists to complicate the audience's feelings. He is what he is, consistently and without apology, from the first scene in which he appears to the last, and the consistency is its own kind of characterization. The contrast between Edward and William is not simply the contrast between villain and hero, but the contrast between two completely different orientations toward the question of what power is for. Edward understands power as the accumulation and maintenance of authority, as the end rather than the means, as the thing that justifies everything it requires for its maintenance. William understands power, to the extent that he thinks about power at all, which is less than the film's political context might seem to require, as a consequence of being the kind of person who acts from conviction, something that attaches to him because of what he does rather than something he pursues for its own sake. The difference between these understandings is the difference between England and Scotland in this story, and the film maintains it with considerable consistency. The question of authenticity runs through the film's treatment of nearly every character as the central criterion by which the film judges people and moments. Muran is authentic, frank, direct, present in herself without management or performance. Campbell is authentic. His grief, his humor, his courage are all conducted without concealment. Isabella becomes authentic across the course of the film, moving from the managed performance of the court toward the specific, unguarded quality of someone who has found, in William's presence, the permission to be the person she actually is. William is the most completely authentic person in the story, which is both the source of his power and the reason the story ends as it ends. Because an authentic person, in a world of management and calculation, is a person without the protection that management and calculation provide. The film's relationship to history is a topic the film itself does not engage with directly. It is not interested in being a historical document, and it makes choices throughout that historical accuracy would not support. The William Wallace of history is less known than the William Wallace of the film, a figure about whom the specific, intimate details that the film provides, the secret marriage, the specific relationship with Robert the Bruce, the visit to France and what happened there, are not established facts, but reconstructions and inventions. The film knows this. It does not pretend to be a record. It pretends to be a story. And within the story, it chooses to tell the specific truths it is pursuing are emotional and moral truths rather than historical ones. This is not a deficiency. It is a genre choice. And the film is honest about the choice by the quality of what it builds within it. The emotional truth of Muran's death and what it does to William. The psychological truth of Robert the Bruce's gradual transformation. The political truth of what occupation does to a people over time. These truths are available to a film that takes imaginative liberties with specific historical facts, because the imaginative liberties are in the service of the larger truth that the specific facts would, by their fragmentary nature, be unable to deliver. The theme of inheritance runs throughout Braveheart in ways that are not always noticed, but that give the film much of its structural coherence. William inherits from his father, not property, which is taken from him, but the specific disposition of a man who will not accommodate himself to a reduced version of what he is. Malcolm Wallace's inability to make the accommodation that the occupation asks for is visible in the very brief portrait the film gives us of him. A man of straightforward dignity who meets the English presence in Scotland without the specific bending that the English presence expects and that costs him his life. William inherits this disposition along with the memory of watching the cost of it, which means he inherits not only the pride, but the full knowledge of what the pride is worth in material terms. He chooses it anyway. Robert the Bruce inherits from his father too, but what he inherits is more complex. The combination of genuine love of Scotland and the specific training in survival that makes that love theoretical rather than practical, that teaches him to feel the love fully while acting on the calculation rather than the feeling. His father is not a coward. His father is a specific kind of pragmatist. The pragmatist who has made the accommodation not because it was easy, but because he decided it was necessary, and who has built a life and a family around the accommodation, and who cannot now revise the necessity without revising the entire structure of what he has built. Robert inherits the calculation and must, across the film, decide whether it is also his calculation or whether he is his father's son in a different sense than his father intends. Hamish inherits from Campbell the fighting spirit, the direct courage, the willingness to be present for whatever the situation requires without particular management of the danger. But he also inherits the specific grief of a son watching a father die in battle, which is the inheritance that William already carries from his own father and his brother, and which the film uses to establish a continuity of loss between the generations of Scottish men who fight in these years, each generation inheriting from the previous one both the resistance and its cost. The film's handling of the Scottish common people, the men who join William's force, who fight at Stirling and at Falkirk, who carry the brunt of the occupation in their daily lives, and who carry the brunt of the resistance in their deaths, is one of its most quietly serious achievements. These are not background figures. They are the reason for the story. The film treats them with the specific respect of a story that understands that the named characters, William, Robert, Isabella, Edward, are the figures through whom the story is told, but the unnamed men in the formation are the people for whom the story matters. When they fall at Falkirk, when the cavalry rides away from them and the arrows come in, the film does not cut away from what this means. It remains in the specific horror of it, the specific human cost of a noble's calculation conducted in flesh. The image of women watching from high ground as the battle unfolds below, which the film uses at both Stirling and Falkirk, is its most consistent image of the specific relationship between the people who fight and the people who wait for them. The women watching are not passive. They are bearing a specific form of the cost of the fighting that is not less than the cost of the fighting, the knowledge of the risk, the watching, the specific helplessness of someone who loves a person who is in danger and who cannot reach the danger. The film does not belabor this. It shows it and allows the showing to carry its own weight. Love in Braveheart is never simple, and it is never safe, and it is never, ultimately, available in the lasting, uninterrupted form that people who love hope for. Moran and William have a matter of weeks or months before the violence takes her. Isabella and William have the brief encounters that their respective situations permit. Hamish and his father have the specific love of a son who admires his father and who watches him die in the fighting they chose together. The film is not cynical about love. It takes love entirely seriously, treats it as the central human good, the thing that organizes everything else. But it is honest about love in a world at war, which is to say, it is honest about what the world does to love when the world is organized around power and violence. The figure of the priest who marries William and Moran, small, good-humored, present in the way of a man who takes his role seriously, but who does not take himself seriously, is one of the film's small, perfect characterizations. He marries them without questions in the dark of a Scottish night, and he is clearly doing something that gives him specific pleasure, not the pleasure of performing a ceremony, but the pleasure of participating in something genuine, of witnessing two people do the thing that makes human life worth living. He does not appear again. He did not need to. What he contributed to the story in his single scene is exactly what the scene required, and no more and no less. The long road that Braveheart travels is a road from private grief to public legacy, from the specific, devastating personal loss of one woman in one village to the broad movement of a nation finding its way toward a different relationship with its own identity and its own future. The film asks us to hold both ends of this road simultaneously, to remain connected to the private grief even as the public story expands around it, to keep Muran present even in the scenes where she is not present, to understand that the speech on the Stirling field and the words spoken in London are not separate from the evening in the field where William spoke French, and Muran listened with that specific quality of attention she gave to everything that deserved it. This is the film's deepest formal achievement. Not the battle sequences, not the landscapes, not the political intrigue, but the continuous maintenance of the thread between the personal and the historical, the insistence that the freedom being fought for is not an abstraction, but a specific human thing. The thing that two people have when they are allowed to build a life in a place they belong to with the people they love. The thing that is taken when occupation reaches into that life and removes from it the person who made it worth living. And so the story of Braveheart leaves us with what is left when the costs have been paid and the causes have moved forward and the landscape continues being what it is in the morning light. What is left is the specific human persistence that the film has been tracking across its entire length. The persistence of people who decide that what they are and where they come from is worth defending, not because the defense is easy or because it is certain to succeed, but because the alternative is to live in a world they did not choose, and to call it freedom. Let the hills hold this thought gently as the night continues. The story is over, and the story is never over. Scotland endures. Rest well. Our next story begins in a different place with different people and a different journey. Welcome to Boring Cinema. Tonight, we gently revisit the story of The Last Samurai. Settle in, relax, and let the film unfold slowly. There are stories about men who are lost and who find themselves not in the places or the conditions they expected, but in the company of people whose way of living offers them something they had long since stopped believing was available to them. The Last Samurai, directed by Edward Zwick and released in 2003, is that kind of story. It is set at a specific and turbulent hinge point in Japanese history, the Meiji era of the 1870s, when a centuries-old civilization was being asked very rapidly and under considerable external pressure to transform itself into something that looked more like the industrialized Western powers that had arrived at its shores with trade agreements in one hand and the implicit threat of military consequence in the other. The film is interested in what is lost in that transformation and in what a person who is himself deeply lost might find in the company of the people who are being asked to sacrifice what they are. The story is also, at a personal level, about a kind of grief that does not announce itself as grief because it has been carried so long that it has become the man, about a soldier who was present at things that cannot be undone, who has been defined by those things, who drinks to manage the specific weight of carrying them, and who has been going through the motions of a life without being able to locate inside it anything worth the effort of full presence. Japan does not save him in any simple sense. but it gives him the conditions in which saving himself becomes possible. And the film follows him through those conditions with patience and with genuine care for what changes in him and why. This is a slow and beautiful film. It is interested in stillness as much as in action, in the quality of moments that are fully inhabited, in the texture of a world organized around principles that have been refined over centuries. Let it unfold as it was meant to. We begin in the American West, and then we travel a great distance. And what we find at the end of the traveling is worth the journey. The year is 1876, and the American frontier is being managed by the United States Army. Captain Nathan Algren stands in an exhibition hall in San Francisco, dressed in the coat of a military officer, demonstrating the Winchester repeating rifle for an audience of men who are considering an investment in the company that makes it. He holds the rifle with the ease of someone for whom weapons are a professional familiarity, and he speaks about the rifle's qualities with the specific flat affect of someone who is doing a job that he regards with a contempt he is not quite concealing. He drinks. He has been drinking. The audience can see that he has been drinking, and Algren does not particularly care that they can see it, because caring what they see would require a kind of investment in the occasion that is not available to him. He is a man at the edge of his own life. The history that has brought him to this exhibition hall in this condition is the history the film gradually reveals. The history of the Indian Wars, of the campaigns conducted against the indigenous peoples of the American plains, of the specific events at the Washita River, and elsewhere where Captain Nathan Algren was present, for things that are done in war and that cannot be undone afterward, that are done in the name of orders and of missions and of the policies of governments, and that remain when the orders and the missions and the policies have moved on in the body and the memory of the men who carried them out. He carries them. He has been carrying them for years in the way a man who has found no adequate response to them. No ritual of absolution, no sufficient punishment, no story he can tell himself that makes the weight livable. He keeps a journal. The journal is written in a hand that sometimes shakes, with the effort of controlling the shaking. And what it contains is the specific testimony of a man who has not found a way to separate himself from what he knows about himself. The writing is the one honest thing in a life that has otherwise organized itself around avoidance. A man named Zebulon Gant approaches him with a proposition. Gant is a representative of an American financial interest with a contract from the Japanese government, the government of the Meiji Emperor, which is engaged in the specific project of modernizing the Japanese military along Western lines, and which requires Western military expertise to train the new conscript army it is assembling. The job pays well. The job takes Algren away from San Francisco, and away from the exhibition halls, and away from the specific proximity of the life he cannot quite bring himself to inhabit. He takes it. The ship to Japan carries Algren across a significant portion of the world's largest ocean, and the crossing has the character in the film of a transition that is also a suspension, a period between the life being left and the life being entered, in which nothing is yet required of him except the crossing itself. He drinks, he watches the water, he writes in the journal. The water does not care about him, and the quality of its not caring has, in the condition he is in, a kind of relief to it. Japan arrives as a landscape of specific and striking beauty. The particular beauty of a place that has been organized around aesthetic principles for long enough that the organization has become invisible, has become simply the way things are rather than something imposed, so that the ordinary landscape has a quality of intention behind it that the Western eye perceives as extraordinary. Algren arrives in Yokohama and moves through it with the specific alertness of someone entering a world they have no framework for, whose every detail is outside the range of familiar reference, whose people and signs and sounds and smells require interpretation from the ground up. He is met by Omura. Omura is a Japanese industrialist and political figure of considerable influence in the Meiji government, a man who has been to America and to Europe, and who has returned from those visits with a very clear sense of what Japan needs to become in order to survive in the emerging world order, which is to say modern, which is to say Western, in its industrial and military forms, which is to say specifically different from what Japan has been for the centuries of samurai culture and the feudal order that organized it. He is not ignorant of what he is replacing. He simply has decided that its replacement is necessary and that the necessity outweighs the loss. He wants a modern army. Algren meets the army he is being asked to train. The recruits assembled before him are young men drawn from the civilian population, farmers, craftsmen, men who have no particular martial training and who have been placed in uniforms and given rifles in the way conscript armies the world over, with the specific combination of bewilderment and commitment that conscription tends to produce. They are not soldiers yet. They have the equipment of soldiers and the organizational structure of soldiers and the potential, given time and training, to become soldiers. What they do not have is the time that Algren would require to make the training meaningful before they are sent against an actual opponent. The opponent is Katsumoto. Katsumoto is a samurai lord, one of the last great lords of the samurai tradition, a man whose life has been organized around the principles and the practices of Bushido, the way of the warrior, as they have been understood and refined across the centuries of Japanese feudal culture. He has refused the Meiji government's requirement that the samurai class disarm, that they surrender the swords that are not simply weapons, but the specific, symbolic, and practical expression of everything they are and have been for generations. He has raised his banner in the mountains, and the government has decided that his rebellion must be suppressed. And Algren's recruits are going to be sent to suppress it before they are ready. Algren says they are not ready. He is told they are going anyway. The march toward Katsumoto's position in the autumn has the atmosphere of a military operation that the people conducting it do not fully believe in. The conscript soldiers are uncertain, the officers are divided, the whole column moves with the specific hesitance of an enterprise that has been required rather than chosen. Algren rides with them in the resigned manner of a man who has assessed the situation clearly and who is proceeding anyway because the assessment and the proceeding are both, in the end, simply what there is to do. The attack comes at night, or rather the engagement comes at night. Calling it an attack requires a precision about which side is attacking and which is defending that the specific chaos of what happens in the dark mountain forest does not entirely support. Katsumoto's samurai emerge from the trees and the mist with the specific, terrifying efficiency of warriors operating on ground they know in conditions they have prepared for against an opponent who has had neither adequate training nor adequate warning. The conscript army does not hold. It breaks in the way that undertrained forces break under the specific shock of an engagement they were not prepared for. The shock that empties the body of all its pretend courage and leaves behind only the animal response to immediate danger. Algren fights. He fights not with the organized command presence of a general managing a battle, but with the specific ferocity of a man who has been in enough of these situations to know how to move through one. And there is in the fighting a quality that has not been present in anything else the film has shown us of him. A quality of full presence, of being entirely inside the moment rather than at an angle to it, of the body and the mind working in the same direction, without the distance that everything else in his life has had between intention and act. He kills samurai. He does not hold. He continues. He kills one samurai and then another, and then he is brought to ground by sheer weight of numbers, and the samurai who stand above him in the dark and the mist make a choice that he does not expect, and they do not kill him. He is bound, and when he wakes, he is moving through a mountain landscape of extraordinary beauty toward a destination he does not know. He is taken to the village. The samurai village in the mountains is the film's central location, and the film gives it the full attention of a story that understands that what happens in this place across the winter months is the spine of everything else. It is a place of specific and deliberate order, not the rigidity of imposed order, but the settled and organic order of a community that has been organized around clear principles for a very long time, that knows what it is and where things go and what the day requires. And that moves through all of this with the specific ease of people who are not performing their way of life, but simply living it. There are women and children here, as well as warriors. There is a temple. There are training grounds where the samurai practice in the mornings. The specific, repetitive, formal practice of people who understand that a skill maintained across a lifetime is not the same skill it was at its beginning. That what practice does over years is not so much add competence as refine the relationship between the person and what they are doing, until the doing has the quality of something that comes from the inside rather than something imposed on the outside. Katsumoto is here. He is a man of the character that the film has been building toward. Not the sense of a hero in the conventional sense, not the quality of the charismatic leader who makes followers through the force of his personality, but the quality of someone whose authority comes from the depth of his engagement with the principles he lives by, from the sense that the distance between what he says and what he is very small, that he is not maintaining a position or a persona, but simply being what he is as fully as possible. He speaks English. He learned it as part of the broader Meiji-era engagement with Western languages and Western thought that touched even those members of the traditional Japanese society who were most skeptical of what the West was offering. His English is measured and precise, the English of someone who chose each word deliberately from among the options available, who uses the language as a tool without being comfortable enough in it to become careless. He and Algren begin to speak, and the speaking has the sense of two people who are simultaneously exploring a language and exploring each other through the language. Algren is housed in the home of a woman named Taka. Taka is the widow of a samurai. The samurai that Algren killed in the fight in the mountain forest. The man whose armor he now wears. The man whose wife and children he is now, by the specific peculiarity of the situation, living among. She receives him with the formal courtesy that the situation and her culture require of her. And beneath the courtesy, there is the specific grief of a woman who has lost her husband and who is now hosting, in her home, the man who killed him. She does not speak of this. She does not perform it. She simply carries it. In the way the film shows her carrying everything, with a self-possession that is not coldness, but the specific control of a woman who understands that her feelings are hers, and that the appropriate place for them is not always the surface. She helps him with the clothing and the customs of the village, with the specific practical instruction of someone who has been asked to make a foreign person manageable in a community, and who does so without elaboration. There is, in the early scenes between them, a quality of watchful distance, each of them alert to the other, neither of them willing to cross into anything that would require more than the specific transaction of the immediate requirement. Algren watches everything. This is the quality the film gives him in this period. An attention that has nowhere else to go, that cannot avoid the village, because the village is all there is, and that finds in the attending a specific engagement with what it is attending to that is different from the way he usually occupies himself. He watches the children play. He watches the warriors train. He watches the ceremonies that mark the days and the sense of life that is organized around meaning rather than around the avoidance of it. He writes about what he sees in the journal, and what he writes has a different quality from what he wrote before. Less of the darkness that filled the earlier entries, more of the specific observation of someone who is genuinely looking at something and genuinely trying to understand it. He begins to practice. The weapons of the samurai, the sword, the bow, have been in use for centuries, and the centuries of use have refined them past the point of simple tools into something that carries within it the accumulated wisdom of all the people who have used them well and who have understood, and that the using well is not separate from the person doing the using, that the sword does not simply cut, but expresses the quality of the person holding it, that excellence in its use is the same thing as excellence in oneself, and cannot be achieved without the same discipline applied to both. Algren is not good at it. He is not good at it in the way a competent fighter who is facing a completely different tradition, who finds that what has worked in one context does not transfer cleanly to another, whose body has habits built by years of training in different forms, and who must now unlearn those habits before the new forms can take their place. He fails, and the failing is in front of the village, which continues about its day without making much of his failure, which he finds both humiliating and, in some way he cannot quite name, restoring. He persists. The weeks pass. The autumn deepens. The cold comes to the mountains in the way a highland cold that is felt in the body as both physical fact and atmosphere, that changes the quality of the light and the quality of the mornings and the specific character of the hours. The village life continues in its rhythms. The training, the preparation of food, the ceremonies at the temple, the evenings when the community gathers in the way communities that have maintained the practice of gathering. Algren is part of this, peripherally, and then less peripherally, and then simply part of it in the way of someone who has been in a place long enough that their presence has been absorbed into the ordinary texture of the place. His Japanese develops. It develops in the way language learned by immersion and necessity, not cleanly, not with the grammar arriving before the vocabulary or the pronunciation stabilizing before the idiom, but in the living way of a mind that is surrounded by a language and that begins through constant exposure to find the shapes of it intelligible. He speaks to Taka. He speaks to the children who have no particular investment in his difficulty with the language and who simply speak at the level of what they need to communicate and then wait for him to respond. He speaks to Katsumoto. The conversations with Katsumoto are the film's most formally careful scenes, because what they are doing is not simply providing exposition about Japanese philosophy, but dramatizing the specific process of one mind encountering another mind's framework and finding, through the encounter, that the framework has something to offer that the first mind's own framework has not been providing. Katsumoto speaks about the nature of the warrior, not in the abstract, but in the specific, through stories and observations and the particular manner of teaching that does not state conclusions, but provides the conditions in which conclusions can be arrived at. He speaks about death not as something to be avoided, but as something to be considered honestly, to be made a relationship with rather than a wall, to be carried the way the warrior carries his sword, with respect for what it is, with the awareness that its presence is constant, and that the awareness of its constancy is what makes each moment worth inhabiting fully. He also asks questions. He asks Algren about his life, about what he has done and seen and who he has been, with the specific curiosity of a man who has thought deeply about human things and who is genuinely interested in the human being in front of him rather than in the category the human being represents. The questions create a space in which Algren speaks about things he has not spoken about, because Katsumoto does not receive what he says with the specific, distancing judgment of the American world that produced the guilt and the drinking, but with the attention of someone for whom even the dark parts of a person's story are simply parts of the story, part of what makes the person the specific person they are. The film gives considerable attention to a cherry blossom tree that stands within the village, in its winter bareness across the cold months, and then in the specific, brief, extraordinary beauty of its spring flowering. Katsumoto speaks of it, of his preoccupation with the blossoms, of his interest in the question of what perfection is, and whether it can be attained, of the cherry blossom as the emblem of the warrior's life, beautiful and brief and complete in its brevity. The tree is not simply a piece of the setting. It is the film's central natural symbol, and Katsumoto's relationship to it is the clearest expression of the philosophy that organizes his life, the philosophy of full presence in the moment that is available, without clinging to the moment's continuation, without resistance to the moment's passing. Algren's relationship with Taka changes across the winter. It changes in the specific, slow way of two people who are in daily proximity, under conditions that prevent ordinary social management, who cannot avoid each other and who find, in the unavoidability, things that the avoidance would have prevented them from finding. She mends his clothing and he thanks her, and she does not acknowledge the thanks and he persists in offering it. And the dynamic between them has the texture of two people operating according to different rules about acknowledgement and contact, and the distance appropriate between people who are not family and not enemies. The distance narrows, not dramatically, not through incident, simply through the accumulated weight of days spent in the same space, of small exchanges that add up to something neither of them planned for. She tells him one evening, in the careful English she has been learning alongside his careful Japanese, that she does not forgive him. She tells him directly and quietly, with the clarity of a woman who has thought carefully about the things she is saying and who means it precisely as she says it. He receives this. He does not argue with it or attempt to mitigate it. He receives it as the specific truth she has offered him, which is worth more than the comfort of a forgiveness she does not feel. The respect between them is the beginning of something, and the something is left largely to the quality of the scenes between them, rather than being named or dramatized in ways that would make it more explicit than the film is interested in making it. Winter ends. The message comes from Tokyo that Algren is to be returned to the capital. The samurai escort that brings him from the mountain village to the road where the government soldiers will take him is led by men who have, across the months, become something other than the guards they were at the beginning, who have come to know him and whose knowledge of him has produced the sense of regard that is extended to someone who has made the genuine effort to understand rather than simply to endure. He looks back at the village from the road. Tokyo is a different world from the mountain village in the way that makes the contrast between them the film's central structural opposition. It is a city in rapid transformation, new Western-style buildings standing beside traditional Japanese architecture, men in Western suits moving through streets alongside men in traditional clothing, the specific visual evidence of a civilization in the middle of deciding what it is going to be. The shops sell both silk and machine-made goods from American factories. The newspapers print in columns alongside imported print machinery. The transformation is everywhere, visible in every direction, and it has the sense of something that is moving faster than any assessment of what it is leaving behind. Omura receives Algren with the specific warmth of a man who is assessing whether the investment he made in bringing Algren here has produced the return he expected. He finds that Algren has been changed in ways that are not immediately useful to the project he hired him for. Algren is more thoughtful. He drinks less or differently. He speaks about Japan with an attention and a care that was not present before, that suggests someone who has been inside something rather than simply working on it from the outside. He is reintroduced to Colonel Bagley. Bagley is Algren's former commanding officer. The specific connection to the American military past that Algren carries as part of the weight he has been carrying, the man who gave orders that Algren carried out at the Washita and elsewhere, orders that Algren has been living with in the specific way you live with things you did that you cannot argue were the right things. Bagley and Algren regard each other with the specific charged neutrality of two people who share a history neither of them is comfortable with, who are linked by it in ways that neither of them can entirely manage. He is presented to the Emperor. The Emperor Meiji is young. He is a young man who has been placed at the center of an enormous historical transformation that is being conducted, largely by the men around him who are older and more politically experienced, and who manage their relationship to his authority with a specific combination of formal deference and actual direction that surrounds young rulers who have not yet found the form of their own power. He watches Algren with curiosity. with the specific curiosity of someone who has been receiving reports about the American captain in the mountains and who is now seeing the person the reports were about in person, reading the difference between the report and the person. Algren speaks to the Emperor about Katsumoto. He speaks about him not in the manner of a military report, not as an assessment of the threat and the tactical situation and the force differential, but in the manner of someone who has spent a winter in a man's company and who has arrived at a view of the man that is about who the man is rather than what position he represents in the political architecture. He tells the Emperor that Katsumoto is a man of honor, a man who serves what he believes in, a man who asks himself the question of what Japan should be and who has arrived at an answer that the Meiji government does not share, but that is arrived at through the same kind of serious engagement with the question that the Meiji government's own answer should be arrived at through. The Emperor listens. He listens in the way that young people with genuine intelligence listen when they are presented with something that does not fit the framework they have been given, with the sense of a mind that is receiving information that creates a tension rather than resolving one, that is adding a complication rather than removing one. Algren is asked to lead the army against Katsumoto. He declines. He declines not as an act of political statement, but as the natural consequence of having spent a winter with Katsumoto, and of having arrived through that winter at a view of what is being asked, that he cannot reconcile with what he is being asked to do. He cannot fight these people. He knows that about himself with the same certainty he knows his name. He cannot do it. He goes back. The journey back to the mountain is the journey of a man who has made his decision and who is, in the making of it, not entirely at peace with what the decision entails, who understands what the decision costs and who is going toward those costs anyway, because the alternative is to do something he cannot do. And having found, in the village and in the winter, the terms on which he can finally live honestly with himself, he is not willing to trade those terms back for the kind of expediency that Omura is offering. He arrives at the village in the cherry blossom season. The blossoms are out. The tree that stood bare across the winter is in the extraordinary brief fullness of its spring flowering, and the village is bathed in the specific petal-fall light of that brief season, the light that Katsumoto has been writing about in his poetry across the years, the light that carries within it the beauty that is inseparable from its briefness. Algren walks into the village, and the village receives him. And Taka is there, and the samurai are there, and the sense of the day, with its blossoms and its light and its awareness of what is coming, is one of the film's great images. Katsumoto welcomes him back with the specific warmth of a man who is not surprised but who is genuinely pleased, who regards Algren's return as the confirmation of something he had assessed but could not be certain of. He does not make much of it. He simply receives him, in the way the samurai village receives everything that is part of its life, as something that is now here and that belongs to what the day contains. Algren trains with the samurai. In the days that follow his return, in the mornings that have the sense of the mornings in that high mountain place, he trains with the weapons and with the forms and with the specific purpose of a man who is not training to pass time, but training for what is coming, what both he and the men around him understand is coming, with the clarity of people who have assessed the situation honestly. The new army is coming. It is better equipped than the army that came before it. It has the repeating rifles and the artillery and the organization that Algren's training has given it. What is arrayed against it is samurai. The last samurai, the men of the old tradition, with the weapons and the philosophy and the specific courage of people who have decided that what they are is worth being completely, even in the face of what completeness will cost them. Katsumoto is captured. The capture happens through the specific political machinery of the Meiji government. Not through battle, but through the managed occasion of a meeting that becomes a detention, conducted in the corridors of Tokyo's new bureaucracy with the smooth efficiency of Omura's political administration. Katsumoto is brought to the capital and held, and the holding is the specific holding of someone whose continued existence is politically complicated. He is too significant to kill quietly, too dangerous to release, held in the uncertain position of a man whose fate is being determined by people who do not want to make the decision, but who also cannot avoid it forever. Algren goes into the city to find him. The rescue of Katsumoto from the capital, or rather, the assistance that Algren provides to the samurai who have come for their lord, who move through Tokyo at night with the specific purpose of men who have decided exactly what they have come to do, is a sequence of sustained commitment, of men fighting through the infrastructure of a city that has been organized against them, moving toward the specific goal with the directness that commitment allows. They get him out. They ride for the mountains in the darkness. The battle comes in the spring. The government army advances on the samurai's position with the full weight of its modernization. Gatling guns, artillery, repeating rifles, a force whose technological advantage is so overwhelming that the question of the outcome is not, in any honest assessment, a question. The samurai know this. They know it the way people know things that they have thought about clearly, and that they have decided to proceed toward anyway. Not because they believe the thinking is wrong, but because the alternative to proceeding is worse than the proceeding. Katsumoto addresses his men before the battle. He does not tell them they will win. He tells them they are samurai, that they know what they are, that the question of what they do now is the question they have been preparing to answer their entire lives, through the practice and the discipline and the philosophy that have organized every morning of their existence in this tradition. He does not need to say more than this because the men he is saying it to have been prepared by the same tradition to receive exactly this. They know what he means. They know what they are being asked to do. Algren stands among them. He is armored in the samurai armor, the armor of Taka's husband, the armor of the man he killed in the mountain forest on the night he was captured, the armor that has traveled with him through everything that followed. He stands in it on the morning of the battle with the sense of a man who is fully where he is, who is not at a distance from the moment or from what the moment contains, who has arrived through the long passage of the story at the condition of being entirely inside his own life. Katsumoto rides to him before the charge. He gives Algren his sword. The specific gesture, the samurai lord giving his sword to the American who came from somewhere else and who found in this company what he was looking for, is the film's most direct statement of what the winter in the village produced, of the specific transfer that happened between these two men across all those mornings and conversations and hours, of what Algren received and what Katsumoto gave and what the giving meant to both of them. The charge. The samurai ride out across the open field toward the government army in the formation of the old cavalry charge, with the flags and the armor and the swords catching the morning light. And the image has the character that the film has been building toward. Not the triumphant charge of a force that expects to win, but the total charge of people who have decided that the manner of what they are doing matters more than its outcome. That the form is the thing, that riding out across the field in the way of what they are is the answer to the question of what they are. The Gatling guns open, the artillery fires, men fall, more charge. The specific, brutal reality of what happens when a traditional cavalry charge meets modern automatic weapons is not concealed by the film or aestheticized past the point of honesty. Men die in large numbers. The samurai who charge continue to charge because the charge is the decision, and the decision has been made, and continuing is the expression of having made it. They reach the artillery. They engage in close combat where the specific skills of centuries of samurai training mean something, where the technological advantage of the Gatling gun does not apply. And in that close combat, the film's last sustained portrait of the samurai way of fighting has the quality of something extraordinary meeting its end. Katsumoto falls. He falls with multiple wounds, with the specific gravity of a man who has been fighting past what the body would ordinarily sustain, who has been sustained by something beyond the physical. Algren reaches him. He is on the ground, and Algren is beside him, and the blossoms are falling in the specific way the blossoms fall in this season, drifting through the smoke and the aftermath of the battle with the absolute indifference of natural processes to human events. Katsumoto looks up at the blossoms. He asks whether they are perfect. He says they are perfect. He asks Algren to help him die as a samurai should die, not to linger in the degraded aftermath of a battle he could not have survived, but to complete the life in the way the life was organized around completing. Algren helps him. The act between them in those final moments is one of the most quietly intimate things in the film. Two men at the end of an enormous journey, one helping the other to the specific completion of what they have both been moving toward. The one with his full life's preparation, and the one who found, in his final months, the preparation he had always lacked. Katsumoto dies looking at the blossoms. Algren carries his sword. The aftermath of the battle is managed by the government army with the specific efficiency of a force that has achieved its tactical objective and that is now moving through the administrative requirements of what follows. The samurai are defeated. The rebellion is over. The news goes to Tokyo, and then outward to the newspapers and the political dispatches that tell the world what has happened in these mountains in this season. Algren survives. He goes to the capital with Katsumoto's sword. He is brought before the emperor. The emperor receives him in the formal setting of the imperial court, surrounded by the officials and the advisors who have been managing the modernization program, who have treated the suppression of the samurai revolt as a necessary step in the larger project, who are prepared to receive Algren in the way officials receiving a military outcome they ordered. Algren presents the sword. He does not present it as a trophy. He presents it as what it is. The sword of a man who was the most completely himself of anyone Algren has ever known, offered to the person who has the authority to determine what Japan is going to be and who therefore has the responsibility of knowing what Japan has been and what it is losing in the becoming. He speaks. He speaks about Katsumoto, about the winter, about what he witnessed in the village and in the final battle, about the quality of the people who died on that field, and about what their dying means if nothing is done to honor it. The Emperor holds the sword. He looks at the room around him, at Omura, at the American ambassador, who is present with the trade agreement that has been the political context for everything, at the officials who expect him to sign the document that Omura has prepared, which will formalize the military and economic arrangements that the modernization program has been building toward. He looks at the sword. He looks at the window and through it at whatever is outside, at Japan, at the thing that is his to determine in this moment. He does not sign the document. He places Katsumoto's sword on the table before him and prostrates himself before it in the form of an act of mourning and of honor. A young emperor bowing before what his own government's army destroyed, acknowledging the loss not as a political mistake, but as a human one, receiving the knowledge of what was sacrificed and choosing to receive it with the full weight it deserves, rather than with the efficient forward motion of a modernization program that has already moved on to the next objective. He tells Omura that Japan will conduct its business with the world on Japan's terms, not on terms dictated by outside powers. The moment is the Emperor's, the specific moment of a young person discovering what they are by refusing the thing that has been prepared for them and choosing instead the thing that costs more but that comes from somewhere real inside them. The sword on the table is Katsumoto's sword, and the Emperor's act of prostration is the act of honoring what the sword represents. The samurai who lived and died entirely within the form of what they believed, without compromise, without accommodation, without the specific surrender of the self that accommodation asks of a person. Algren does not stay in Tokyo. He is last seen, in the film's closing, on the road that leads back toward the mountains, back toward the village, toward the place where the winter was spent and the things were found that changed everything. Whether he reaches it, the film leaves open, or rather, leaves available. The open ending of a story that has delivered its protagonist to the condition of being able to live his life, and that chooses to leave the living of it to the imagination rather than the frame. He is on the road. The road leads in the direction of what he found. What he does with the finding is his own business, in the specific best sense. His own, not determined by anyone else's script for what his life should be. The mountains are present in the distance. The film ends in the light of a Japanese morning, with the sense of light in that landscape that has been one of its consistent visual gifts. The way it falls through the atmosphere of a place that has been attended to carefully across many centuries, that has been shaped by human presence without being diminished by it, that carries in every direction the accumulated beauty of a civilization that understood the relationship between the interior life and the physical world. The mornings in the village have a quality that Algren begins to notice, the way a person notices things that were always there but that required the removal of distraction to perceive. He has been a man of noise and motion, and the specific activity of a life organized around the avoidance of stillness, because stillness is where the things he does not want to think about live. In the village, there is no avoidance. The village does not offer the mechanisms of avoidance that the American world provided. The saloons, the exhibitions, the transactions, and the performances. What the village offers is the day, simply and without elaboration, with its particular demands and its particular gifts. And the day requires presence because the absence of presence is not replaced by anything useful. He wakes before dawn. The sounds of the village in its early morning are specific and repeating. The specific sounds of a community that conducts its mornings the same way each morning, that has rituals for the start of the day, because the rituals are the form of the day, and the form is what the tradition has determined the day should have. He hears the first movement in the household, and he lies in the dark for a moment, and does not try to sleep again, because sleep is not what the moment requires, and he has begun to understand when to stop insisting on things the moment does not require. He rises and goes to the training ground. The training ground is already occupied when he arrives. The samurai who practice there in the early morning hours do not acknowledge his arrival in any particular way. They are in the specific interior space of practice, and the acknowledgement of an external observer would be a departure from that space, a concession to the social management of the situation that the practice does not permit. He watches. He has been watching for weeks, and the watching has begun to mean something different than it meant at the beginning, when what he was watching was foreign and strange in a way that made the watching itself effortful. Now the watching is more like reading something in a language that is becoming available, where the grammar is beginning to make sense at the level of intuition rather than requiring conscious application. He picks up a wooden practice sword. He stands in the approximate form he has been observing, with the approximate relationship between the feet and the hips and the shoulders that the samurai maintain. And he begins to practice the specific movement he has been watching most carefully. The basic cut, the foundational motion from which everything else in Kenjutsu derives. He does it wrong. He does it wrong in a specific way that a trained eye would recognize as the wrong of a Western fighter approaching Eastern sword technique. The wrong of muscle memory from a different tradition overriding the intention of a new one. A young samurai standing nearby watches him without appearing to watch him, and then, without speaking, demonstrates the motion correctly. Algren observes, adjusts, attempts again. The second attempt is less wrong. The practice continues. This is how the learning happens. Not in lessons with formal instruction and formal correction, but in the daily proximity to people who know what they are doing and who share that knowing through the specific medium of doing it in proximity to someone who is trying to learn. The learning is slow. The slowness is appropriate. Things learned slowly, through long exposure and repeated practice, become part of the person in a way that things learned quickly do not. They are absorbed at the level of the body rather than held at the level of the mind, and the body's knowledge has a different quality from the mind's, more durable, more available under pressure, more genuinely the person's own. Algren spends a great deal of time watching the children. There is a specific freedom in being observed by children that does not exist in being observed by adults. Children do not manage their responses in the way that adults manage their responses, do not apply the social conventions that adults apply to the observation of strangers, do not pretend not to be watching when they are watching. They watch him openly and with the specific, direct curiosity of people for whom curiosity is not yet a thing to be managed. He watches them back, and the exchange of watching has, after a while, the quality of a tentative connection, not friendship yet, but the beginning of the kind of relationship that does not require a shared language to exist because the shared language is simply presence. He learns some words from them. The words he learns from the children are the words of daily life rather than the words of philosophy or war. The names of things in the immediate environment, the simple requests and responses of household interaction, the specific vocabulary of children's games that he watches them play in the late afternoons when the work of the day is done. He speaks these words incorrectly, and the children correct him without embarrassment, with the directness of people who have not yet learned that the correction of adults is supposed to require more delicacy than the correction of other children. He accepts the correction with a gratitude that surprises him. Katsumoto has a son. His name is Nobutada, and he is a young man of the sense of a person who has grown up entirely within the tradition, for whom the principles and the practices of the samurai way are not a chosen philosophy, but simply the air of the life he has lived, absorbed before he had language for them, expressed in how he moves and how he speaks and how he holds himself in every situation. He regards Algren with the combination of curiosity and wariness appropriate to the situation, and his approach to the foreigner in his village is more directly personal than his father's, because he is younger and because the specific diplomatic care that his father brings to every interaction is not yet fully developed in him. He speaks some English, less than Katsumoto, but enough for the specific transactions of daily life. Enough to correct Algren's Japanese when the correction is needed and to accept correction of his English in return. Between them there develops, over the weeks, the specific friendship of two people who are teaching each other things, whose interaction is organized around the mutual project of language, and whose relationship, therefore, has a specific practical foundation that gives it a stability that pure social connection might not have provided. Nobutada tells him one afternoon that his Japanese is not good, but is better than it was. He says this with the specific frank pleasure of someone who has been watching an improvement that the person improving may not be aware of. And then the pleasure is genuine. The pleasure of a teacher, or of someone performing the function of a teacher without having been assigned the role. Algren thanks him in Japanese. The Japanese is not good, but is better than it was. The meals in the village have a specific quality that Algren attends to with the same careful observation he brings to the mornings and the training. Food in the village is prepared with the specific intentionality of a culture that has thought about the relationship between the preparation of nourishment and the respect owed to what nourishes, that does not treat eating as simply a functional interruption of other activities, but as something that deserves its own form and its own attention. The meals are communal. They are shared at a table where the arrangement of people reflects the relationships between them, where the rituals of the service and receiving have the specific ceremonial quality of actions that carry more meaning than their immediate practicality requires. He eats what is offered. He eats it in the way it is offered, learning the implements and the customs and the specific manner of the table from the people around him who conduct it without instruction, because it is simply how things are done. He makes mistakes at the table in the same way he makes mistakes on the training ground, in the way someone who is sincerely trying, but whose preparation for the situation was different from the preparation the situation requires. And the mistakes are received at the table in the same way they are received on the training ground, with the specific patient non-comment of a community that understands that sincerity is more important than form when form is being learned. Taka serves him. The act of service has a specific quality in her hands, not the quality of servility or of doing something beneath her, but the quality of someone who has decided that the care with which things are done is itself a form of dignity, that the intentionality brought to small actions is the same intentionality brought to large ones, that the cup placed before a person with care is a statement about the relationship between the person placing it and the person receiving it. He watches how she does it, and there is something in the watching that she is aware of and that she does not comment on. He helps in the household. He does this not because it is expected of him. It is not expected of him in the way it might be in a household where the roles and contributions of members are formally assigned, but because the household works through the contribution of everyone in it, and because being in the household without contributing to it has a quality that he cannot sustain. He is not good at the domestic work of the household. He is willing. The willingness is accepted. Katsumoto observes all of this. He observes Algren's development across the weeks and months with the specific attention of a man who is making an ongoing assessment, not of a tactical situation, but of a person, who is watching not for evidence that will confirm a prior judgment, but with the genuine openness of someone who is learning something new and who knows that learning something new requires letting go of the conclusions arrived at before the learning began. He does not tell Algren what he is seeing, but the sense of the regard changes across the winter, from the watchful assessment of the early weeks to the warmer and more direct attention of a man who has arrived at a considered view of the person he is watching and who finds the view worth having arrived at. They speak about war. Algren tells Katsumoto about the Civil War, about the sense of that conflict, the scale of it, the specific horror of what modern military technology does when applied to battles of the size and duration that the Civil War produced. The hundreds of thousands of dead in a conflict between people of the same country and the same language. He does not tell it as history. He tells it as experience, as the experience of someone who was in it, who fought in it, who has been living in the aftermath of it since it ended. Katsumoto listens to this account with the full attention he gives to everything that deserves attention, and asks questions that are not the questions of a tactician studying a campaign, but the questions of a person trying to understand what it was like to be inside the thing. He asks about courage, not the tactical question of courage, not the logistics of how a force maintains its courage under fire, but the personal question, the question of what courage is from the inside, what it consists of when it is genuine rather than performed, how a person who has it knows they have it rather than simply knowing they are doing the thing that requires it. Algren finds that the question requires him to think about it in a way he has not thought about it before, to examine the experience from an angle that his own culture's framework for talking about courage does not provide. He says that he does not know if what he had was courage. He says that he was afraid, and he continued, and that the continuation was what he could manage, that the gap between the fear and the continuation was what he has been living in since, and that the gap has never quite closed. Katsumoto considers this. He says that the samurai who claims to feel no fear is either a liar or a fool. He says that the samurai who feels fear and continues is the samurai who understands what the continuation costs and who has decided the cost is appropriate to what he is continuing toward. He asks Algren what he was continuing toward in those years. The question remains in the conversation without a complete answer, which is perhaps the most honest thing that can happen to it. The temple in the village is a place Algren begins to visit, not because the specific religious practice of the temple is available to him, but because the quality of the space is available. The sense of a place that has been organized around silence and attention, that carries in its proportions and its materials and its particular relationship to the light the accumulated intention of everyone who has used it for those purposes across the years. He sits in it on the mornings when he cannot practice and does not quite know what else to do with the time. And the sitting in a space that has been designed for sitting with things you cannot resolve is itself, he finds, a kind of practice. Now that the story has gently unfolded, it can be interesting to reflect on some of the ideas behind the film. The Last Samurai is organized around the idea of what is lost when a culture transforms itself too rapidly, without sufficient attention to the question of what in the old form is worth preserving, what cannot be replaced by efficiency or industrial capacity, or the specific material benefits of modernization, what lives in the old form and dies with it if it is not somehow carried forward into the new. The film does not take a simple position on this. It is not a film that argues Japan should not have modernized, that the Meiji era was a mistake, that the samurai tradition should have been preserved in amber while the rest of the world moved on. It is too honest about history for that, and too honest about what was genuinely unjust in the feudal order that the samurai tradition was part of. The specific hierarchies and exclusions of that order that the Meiji reforms addressed, the real goods that came with the real losses. What it does argue, through the specific story it tells, is that the manner of the transformation matters, that the loss of what is valuable in the old form is not an inevitable cost of progress, but the result of a specific kind of carelessness about what the old form contained, of a rush toward the new that forgets to carry anything from the old, that treats the old as simply an obstacle rather than as a source. Katsumoto is the film's embodiment of this argument. He is not a conservative who opposes change because he has always done things this way. He is a man who has thought carefully about what the old form represents, and who has concluded that what it represents, the specific cultivation of the person, the integration of physical skill and philosophical awareness, the understanding that how you do a thing is inseparable from who you are, is not something that can be replaced by the Gatling gun and the steam engine and the Western business suit. These things are useful. They are not the same thing as a way of being in the world, and the people who acquire them without having asked clearly what they are acquiring in exchange for them are people who have made a trade without reading the terms. Algren, as a Western figure who comes from the tradition that Japan is trying to emulate, and who arrives already disillusioned with that tradition, is the film's most direct tool for examining what the West offers and what it costs. He has been formed by the American military tradition, by the specific version of Western modernity expressed in the Indian Wars and the Civil War, by the particular combination of technological capacity and moral vacancy that those conflicts produced in their participants. He has the efficiency, he has the skills. He does not have the integration. The sense that what he does is connected to something and that tells him who he is, that the action and the person are the same thing rather than separate things that happen to share a body. What he finds in the samurai village is the integration he lacks. The specific form it takes is the form the film has been building throughout. The training, the philosophy, the community, the relationship between the physical practice and the interior life that makes the physical practice meaningful. It is not presented as something that Algren could have found anywhere, or that any set of sufficiently serious principles would have served the same purpose. It is presented as the specific thing that it is, the samurai tradition, with its specific history and its specific demands and its specific beauty, and what Algren receives from it is what he receives from it rather than what someone else would have received. He is a specific person finding a specific thing, and the finding is irreducible to the general. The relationship between Algren and Taka is one of the film's most carefully observed elements, and its care comes from the film's restraint. Its willingness to let the relationship be what it is without expanding it into the conventional romance that its genre might seem to require. There is love between them, or something that will become love if the story gives it time, but the film is honest about the specific obstacle between them, which is not circumstance but history, the specific history of Algren's killing of her husband, which she has acknowledged directly and which cannot be resolved by feeling or by time alone. The forgiveness she said she does not have is not withheld as a dramatic device. It is withheld because it is genuinely not available, and the film respects that genuine unavailability rather than resolving it with a scene where it is declared available. What they have instead is something that operates alongside the unforgiveness, a specific recognition, a warmth, a care that is expressed in small, practical ways, and that coexists with the stated absence of forgiveness in the way that human emotional life coexists with itself, containing contradictions without resolving them. This is more honest and more interesting than the resolution would have been, because the resolution would have required the film to choose between honoring the truth of the obstacle and honoring the truth of the feeling, and the coexistence honors both. The samurai philosophy that the film engages with, Bushido, the way of the warrior, is presented not as a curiosity or an exoticism, but as a genuine and serious attempt to answer the question of how a person should live. The answer it offers is organized around the idea of full presence in the practice of one's specific form of excellence, of the understanding that the warrior who is present in the sword is present in the whole of his life, that what you are doing right now is what you are, that the quality of the now is the quality of the person inhabiting it. This is not a philosophy that can be absorbed quickly or held at a distance. It requires exactly the kind of sustained engagement that Algren's winter in the village provides. The daily repetition, the instruction, the community of people who are all working on the same thing and whose collective engagement creates a culture rather than simply a practice. The film's treatment of death is one of its most consistent and most important philosophical threads. In the samurai tradition, as the film presents it, death is not the opposite of life, but its completion, the moment at which everything the life was becomes fully visible, at which the quality of how a person lived is expressed in how they die. The warrior who has lived in the way the samurai tradition dies in that way too, not as an accident or as a defeat, but as the final expression of the form. Katsumoto's death is not a tragedy in the sense of something gone wrong. It is a tragedy in the deeper sense of something complete, the completion of a life that was organized around completion, The arrival at the last moment in the same spirit in which all the other moments were inhabited. This understanding of death is what allows the cherry blossom to carry the meaning it carries. The blossom is perfect in its moment of flowering. It is also brief, briefer than almost any other flowering, gone almost as soon as it is there, the beauty of it inseparable from the specific shortness of it. A blossom that lasted forever would be a different thing. A blossom that lasts as long as a blossom lasts is a perfect thing, in the way that perfection has been understood in this tradition, not as permanence, but as complete expression within the available moment. This is what Katsumoto sees as he dies. The final question he asks, whether the blossoms are perfect, is not a question about the blossoms. It is the question of whether he has been perfect, in the sense the tradition defines whether the life has been complete, in the way the tradition asks a life to be complete. And his answer, yes, they are perfect, is the answer not about the blossoms, but about himself, about the life, about the completion of the form, in the specific way the final battle expressed it. The Emperor's act of prostration before the sword is the film's most overtly symbolic moment, and it earns its symbolism because it has been prepared for across the entire length of the story. The young emperor who bows before what his government destroyed is not capitulating to the past. He is acknowledging that what was lost cannot be replaced by simply moving forward, that the trade Japan has made cannot be conducted as though nothing of value was on the table. The acknowledgement does not restore what was lost, but it means that what was lost was known and registered and will not simply be forgotten in the efficiency of modernization. Algren's function in this moment, the Western man who carries the samurai sword to the emperor, who speaks for what the tradition was and what it contained, is one of the film's more complex structural choices. He is an outsider delivering to Japan a testimony about Japan, a foreigner telling the Japanese emperor what Japanese culture contained and why it matters. This is a formal position that carries with it an obvious problem, which is that the testimony of an outsider about an insider tradition has a specific limitation, a cultural asymmetry that the film cannot fully resolve because it is built into the structure of the story it is telling. The film is aware of this, in the sense that it takes pains to establish that Algren is offering what he personally witnessed, rather than what he claims to understand comprehensively, that he is testifying to the specific experience of a winter in a village and the sense of the people he met there, rather than claiming any larger authority. The claim is modest, and the modesty is the right approach. What makes Algren's testimony credible, within the terms the film establishes, is not his authority about Japan, but his authority about himself. The specific credibility of someone who had been lost and who found something, who had been unable to inhabit his own life fully, and who found, in the samurai tradition, the conditions for inhabiting it, who can therefore speak from personal experience about what the tradition contained and what it gave, because what it gave was given to him and he received it. The silence in the village at the film's opening, the silence Algren experiences before he has the language for what he is in the company of, before the forms have become familiar, before the people have become individuals rather than categories, is one of the film's most honest portraits of the encounter between cultures, of the specific disorientation of someone who has arrived in a world they have no framework for, and who must begin slowly, to build one from the ground up. The building is not only linguistic, it is perceptual. The slow development of the ability to see what is in front of you rather than what you expect to see, to hear what is being said rather than what you have been prepared to hear, to be in a place that is genuinely different from any place you have previously been in a way that changes, rather than simply informs you. Algren undergoes this. It takes time. The film gives the time. The film's treatment of Japan is worth examining with care, because it is a film made by Western filmmakers. From a Western point of view, using a Western protagonist as the lens through which the Japanese tradition is examined. And all of these facts create specific responsibilities and specific limitations that the film navigates with varying degrees of success. The Western gaze that is brought to the samurai tradition has the specific limitation of any outside perspective. It sees what it sees rather than what is there in its full complexity, and what it sees is shaped by what it came looking for, by the specific needs of the story it is telling, and the specific anxieties of the culture that produced it. The anxiety at the center of The Last Samurai, the anxiety that Algren's story is organized around, is the anxiety of Western modernity, of a civilization that has built extraordinary capacity for production and destruction, and that has, in the building, lost something that it cannot quite name, but that it recognizes in its absence. The specific thing that the samurai tradition seems to have, and that the Gatling gun and the repeating rifle and the steam engine and the exhibition hall demonstration of their capacities does not provide. The film uses Japan to express this anxiety, which is a legitimate artistic choice. Artists have always looked at other cultures to understand their own, but it is a choice that carries with it the obligation to treat the culture being looked at with genuine respect rather than instrumental use. The film largely meets this obligation. The samurai tradition is portrayed with consistent respect and with genuine attention to what it contains, to the philosophy, the practice, the community, the sense of a way of life organized around principles that have been refined across centuries. The characters who embody the tradition, Katsumoto, Nobutada, Taka, the samurai who train in the mornings and ride to their deaths in the spring, are portrayed as full human beings rather than as representatives of a picturesque foreign culture, or as the supporting cast of an American man's self-discovery. They have their own interior lives, their own relationships, their own sense of what matters and why, and the film attends to these with genuine care. Katsumoto's intellectual engagement with the world around him, his English, his poetry, his philosophical interests, his genuine curiosity about Algren and about the Western world that Algren represents, makes him a specific person rather than a noble symbol of a vanishing tradition. He is interested in things. He thinks about things. He has arrived at his positions through thought rather than simply inherited them, and the positions he has arrived at are held with the specific conviction of someone who has tested them and found them worth holding. The battle sequences of the film, particularly the final battle, are constructed with specific attention to what they are showing and what they are asking the audience to feel about it. The charge of the samurai across the open field toward the government army's Gatling guns and artillery is an image that carries simultaneously the beauty of total commitment and the horror of what total commitment costs in material terms. The film does not look away from either of these. The beauty is real. The flags, the armor, the specific visual quality of men riding with the total focus of people who have decided exactly what they are doing and why. And the horror is also real. The specific devastation of modern weapons applied to traditional cavalry at close range, the toll that the seconds of the charge exact, and that the film shows without softening. The effect of holding both of these truths simultaneously is the effect the film is reaching for, the specific emotional condition it wants to create in the audience, the sense that something extraordinary is being destroyed, that the destruction is terrible, and also, in the specific terms of the tradition being destroyed, appropriate. That what is happening on this field is both catastrophe and completion, that the samurai who charge know both of these things and who have chosen to charge anyway. The Gatling gun is the film's clearest symbol of what modernity brings to the encounter with tradition. It is a weapon of extraordinary practical effectiveness, a tool for the application of force at a scale and a speed that no individual warrior's skill, however refined, can match. It operates outside the specific framework in which the samurai tradition developed, because the samurai tradition developed in conditions where the outcome of combat was determined by the quality of the individual warrior, and the Gatling gun removes individual quality from the equation entirely. It does not care what Katsumoto is. It does not care what he has spent his life becoming. It fires, and what fires at it is destroyed, regardless of the quality of what fires at it. This is the specific challenge that modernity poses to every tradition organized around individual excellence. It makes the excellence irrelevant, or rather, it creates a new arena in which the excellence is irrelevant, and in which a different set of qualities, organized around the management of industrial capacity rather than the cultivation of the person, determine the outcome. The samurai tradition has no answer to the Gatling gun tactical terms. Its answer is in other terms. In the terms of what a life organized around the tradition is worth, in the terms of what is lost when the tradition is ended, in the terms of the sense of the people it produced and what the world is without them. The Emperor Meiji is one of the film's most carefully constructed supporting figures, because what the film asks of him at the end requires the audience to believe in a transformation that has taken place largely off-screen across the period of the film's central events. He is introduced as a young man surrounded by the specific management of people who have more experience with the exercise of power than he does, who are directing the country's transformation according to their own assessments of what the transformation requires, who treat his authority with the formal deference appropriate to his position while effectively containing it within the decisions they have already made. He is intelligent, and he is attentive, and he is not yet, in the film's early sections, in full possession of the form of his own authority. He is becoming rather than being, and the becoming has not yet resolved itself into the clarity of a man who knows what he stands for, and who is prepared to stand for it in the face of the people who have been managing him. What changes him is Algren's testimony, not the testimony alone. The testimony arrives at the intersection of everything else the emperor has been watching and learning across the years of his reign, including the watching of Katsumoto's resistance and the specific question it poses about what Japan is and what it owes to what it has been. The testimony is the specific thing that crystallizes what has been accumulating that makes the question concrete and personal rather than abstract and administrative. He holds the sword. The sword of Katsumoto in the hands of the young emperor is the film's central image and its central argument. The specific object that carries within it everything the tradition was, placed before the person who has the authority and the responsibility to determine what happens to what the tradition was, whether it is acknowledged or dismissed, whether the loss is registered or simply moved past in the efficiency of modernization. The emperor registers it. The prostration is the registration. The final scene of the film, with Algren on the road toward the mountains, is deliberately open in the way a story that has delivered its protagonist to a condition rather than to a destination. He is not returning to the village in the sense of going back to something fixed and waiting. He is going toward the mountains in the sense of going toward the place where what he found was found, toward the person who received him in the way that made the finding possible, toward the life that the winter offered him and that is available to him now if the conditions of the spring and its battle have not destroyed what the winter built. The openness of the ending is appropriate because the story it is telling is not a story that ends. It is a story that arrives at a condition, the condition of a man who has found his way back into his own life and who is now, for the first time in the film, moving toward something rather than away from something. What happens next is his business, in the full meaning of that phrase, his to conduct, his to inhabit, no longer organized around avoidance or around the specific management of what cannot be faced. The mountains are there. The road leads toward them. The morning is the specific morning that follows everything that has come before, with the sense of a morning that is both ordinary and not ordinary, both the same morning it has always been in that landscape, and the specific morning that follows the specific days that preceded it. He rides. And so the story of The Last Samurai leaves us here, in the quiet of a Japanese morning, with the specific feeling of something that has been lost and something that has been found, and the understanding that the two things are connected, that what was found was made available by what was lost, that the winter that gave Algren back to himself was a winter spent among people who were losing everything they were, and that the specific exchange between these two conditions of loss is what the film has been attending to with such care across all its hours. There are things that the modern world cannot replace. There are things that only living entirely within what you believe can produce. The cherry blossoms fall in the spring, and they are perfect in their falling. And what is perfect in its moment does not need to last beyond the moment to have been completely real. Let that thought accompany you into rest. The village is still in the mountains. The sword rests where it was placed. The morning continues without us. Rest well.